And welcome back to another episode of the Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the Carnival Cards. Last session, we have actually fully recapped now, but we did a massive battle with the League of Malevolence. Finally dealt with that long-lasting problem and fulfilling your promise to Jamey, who wished it upon her previous allies. And you've explored a few more of the turrets and found more of these strange gemstones. Each one seems to be belonging to a certain coffer, and you had to reveal these coffers by somehow working out like a small riddle or overcoming a sort of matching its emotion almost. For example, the quickling one, you had to outspeed a quickling and catch them, and for the rage, you had to draw blood. And all of this has led you to believe that there are probably each gem might have a coffer, and there'd be 8 in total. And returning them, you seem to start getting a clearer vision, revealing what was this kind of fairy tale veiled memory has now revealed this truth behind it. And you see what you can only assume is Zybilna in her early years, escaping the clutches of her evil stepsisters, which of course were the Hourglass Coven. And she's also teamed up with another wizard and imprisoning demons, it seems. Whatever that means, you're not sure, but it seems as though our fairy godmother of Archfey has some darker pasts to her. Now you standing over the slain members of the League of Malevolence. You've looted all their bodies. You've gathered up many a trinket and equipped yourselves with their weapons and potions. And now feeling with a renewed kind of sense of vigor and determination, you've also progressed to level 9, and you're ready to take on what remaining threats are here within the Palace of Heart's Desire.
Right.
I'll hand it over to you.
So, I think that went well.
Yeah,
It
went
went
kind
much
of
better
better
than I
than
thought it was gonna go.
better than I thought. Better than we
Yeah.
usually do.
Yeah, I kind of agree. As things seem to be going so well, I was sort of just waiting for the other shoe to drop, as it were, but it didn't happen. And kind of surprising. But I suppose that's the way of things. Which now leads us to our choices. We've obviously got the option of going back to swap the doors round, but to be honest, considering we may then have to redo that again, that seems a bit of a waste of time. So I'm feeling maybe we just continue our exploration and
Well,
make a note of
we
where
should
the other
probably.
doors are.
Yeah, I like to just explore this area because all these little alcoves.
Yeah, there could be
Um,
certainly something in those, so I do
there
agree.
could be something in there. So let's just
Glister
do a check
Gleam,
on those.
Glister and Gleam, did y'all bring Samantha down with you when y'all came down?
Yep, here she is.
Oh, okay. All right.
Samantha waddles down now that it's all
I'm
safe.
gonna give her a big hug. All right.
Do you want to heal, Xaxx?
I wouldn't mind one.
Like, you're looking a bit on the
Yeah, you
rough
look.
side.
There's like shards of glass sticking out in between scales.
I mean, all things considered, I that was pretty good.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
took a lot of hits.
I
Like,
think you may have been the only one who got hit.
start like pulling out shards of glass and give him a healing
Rather,
word.
but better for me to get hit than anybody else. So I'm okay with that.
I mean,
Well,
aren't I mean, I suppose to some extent, but that's
Yeah.
probably better for us to share the burden of taking damage. Also,
Oh,
this is a quick
well, I
one.
just don't want
Tanwen, some
anybody else
great
to get hurt.
shooting in that fight, by the way. You got some good
Thank
shots
you.
up.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
And I'll give you my last healer bees as well, because
Yeah.
you really
Um,
So another 7.
so,
Number 7.
Another 7, yeah.
so I
So
suppose.
as you're going around, Xaxx, between these smaller alcoves, there do appear to be more translucent images of coffers, and with them there are carvings depicting a particular creature of fey nature on the walls. And I believe Rodolfo has already found the one representing the red cap, and you found the one with the quickling, Tarquin.
Yep.
And there was one earlier up above you, which had a green hag depicted on the walls as well.
Green
Uh,
Hag must be Bavlorna.
And you also saw another turret that had a 3-tailed canine sort of jumping and leaping. And you could go back there if you wanted to give it a better look. I was just because you got a bit distracted by the dretch that tried to run past and pinch everyone.
Yeah.
But
Did Rodolfo find one in that turret that I took her to? Took him to?
yeah, you found the one from the red cap.
Yeah.
No,
That was
the one that was in like here or whatever.
it was above you,
Yeah.
and yes, it was the red cap one.
Yeah, because we found 3 of them at the moment. Because we got the one from just directly upstairs, which was like the weird frog-like creature. We've got the
Yeah.
quickling and the red cat.
No, I mean, like, did they find a dretch?
Yeah, no, not a dretch. No,
No.
Because wasn't the one I don't know if they told us, but wasn't the one that kept throwing up every time that they saw him?
that was one of them. Yeah,
But I
but
don't
that
think.
wasn't the last one.
But I don't think they got a stone from them because
They
couldn't-
did.
Did they?
Yep, it just handed it over without any issue.
Oh, I must have missed that part then. So we have got that one then.
Yeah, you've
Yeah.
basically
Yeah,
got
that was
7
that
out
was
of
like
8.
that was like Disgust or something. I can't remember what that one was.
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty close to that.
So.
I didn't think they'd handed it over. I thought they couldn't even get near them.
So.
No, I think we've got the stones from every dretch we've encountered so far. So
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
So I think
Like,
one more dretch left, 5 more coffers left. In
like well, I just want to say what exactly is our plan of action now that the league is, I think,
Well-
done. Well, except for Charme.
well, we've got the freedom to explore, providing we don't run into the Jabberwock. There
Right.
shouldn't
But
be.
what are our goals? To unfreeze Zybilna or to figure out how to get Zybilna back here?
Yeah.
Which I think we need the Alcorn for, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
we need
Alicorn?
their
we
true
need
name.
we need the unicorn. We need the we need the alicorn horn.
Yeah, we have that.
True name.
True name.
True name. Oh yeah, we don't have her true name yet.
But that's what we're doing the whole dretch, like
Yeah.
coffer
Oh,
thing.
that
for.
the Dread Coffin
Hopefully,
will give us her true name.
Yeah.
yes, because I think in the last vision that Rodolfo had, it was like Zybilna was about to introduce themselves to someone, but
It got cut off,
cut
probably
off. So,
in a
and
very cinematic way, probably, right?
yeah, like stay tuned to the next episode.
So we've got, from what I can tell, further up towards the north, there was some upper levels from what I could see flying about. There was a blue room with some birds I was going to take Tanwen over to before we got distracted here.
Yeah, there's a little windowsill with a line of bluebirds.
Oh yeah.
And then there's the whole right side of this castle.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff we haven't really seen
So
yet. So So if we get the coffers, we get Zybilna's true name.
That's the theory, at least, yeah, or some information that will help.
And then from there, and then the dretches, what happens with the dretches when we unite them together?
Well, the dretches, we need the gemstone from them to get the fairy tale version of the vision, and then we need the to put the stones in the coffers to get the true version of the vision. Is what it seems to be. So we
Okay,
need
so
to
the
do,
dretches lead to the coffers.
yeah,
And yeah, and then I've probably said this before, but when we put them all together, they become a dredge knot.
possibly. And then from what I remember from the letters we found, I believe that Zybilna is trapped in a cauldron of some kind, so we need to find that cauldron.
Trapped in a cauldron.
Sure,
Oh.
that's what one of the letters said.
Well, the only cauldron that I remember is the one by Bavlorna's place. Remember that was that cauldron
Yeah.
down there?
It turns out they're the sticky goo inside the whole time that you drank from and became a dragonfly.
I've been drinking Zybilna the whole time.
Yeah,
that's
so
What?
yeah, so there's a
So-
line in the letter from Bavlorna. Must I remind you that we need a unicorn's horn to free creatures from the cauldron's time-freezing magic? It's not enough to know their true names, you know. Of course, my great concern is that someone else finds the horn and uses it for exactly that purpose. What do you think Zybilna would do to us if she's no longer bound by her cauldron's magic? Specifically,
Wait,
her
Okay,
cauldron.
so for a cauldron, so we find the cauldron, we put the alicorn horn in, we give it the true name. Probably it's like, oh, we need the true name of the person we want to unfreeze or something,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then that does it.
That's the theory I'm working with, at least.
So we already have the alicorn horn. We are working our way through the dretches. We just and the coffers.
Yeah.
We really just need them
Yeah.
to find the cauldron.
Yeah.
we should probably keep in mind then that when we do that finishing freeing Zybilna, that one of us should be out here to catch
That
this
guy.
person out here. Otherwise,
Well-
they're probably going to fall to their
Well,
untimely doom.
it's an interesting thing because I'm wondering if it will unfreeze everything or if it will unfreeze just her because
Did we
Well-
stick the alicorn horn in the fountain out in the garden to see if it unfroze the fountain?
no.
Because that might be a way of seeing if it does at least sporadically, and if it unfreezes the fountain for just a few minutes, then we can catch that guy. We can touch the guy with it and catch.
Well, what we also don't want to, like, if the alicorn horn is like a one-time use thing. I don't want
Oh,
to spend it on
yeah.
a fountain.
And also, I don't know about anyone else, but I've got no idea what that guy's name is if we were to try to use on him.
Yeah.
True name or otherwise. At the moment, he is Blonde Knight.
Yeah.
Knight, Brian McKnight.
Yeah, sure. And I feel like I should know this, being like someone who's like Fey in at least some nature, but I don't think I know the true name of water, or if it even has a true
What is
name.
that? The hell is that, Chris?
That's on the walls that Xaxx saw.
Ah, so that's the one in this room.
What's
Yeah, in
I,
that-
I'm,
in
I'm,
that
I'm
turret.
not seeing anything.
So
Little
there's
fox.
these,
I'm not either.
there's these
Little-
little.
Oh,
This is the turret
Oh.
that you found, the direction, the pinchy one.
These
And
designs.
this turret seems to also have the same designs on the lower floor, and in the center, right where this X is, you can see another translucent-looking coffer. If you want to examine the carvings, you can see that there is some sort of like playful nature to the creature as they jump, and then, as I've mentioned before, it almost feels like the carvings animate this sort of story that's being told, and as you can see it going round, and you follow the carvings round the edge, it seems as though the dog disappears and then reappears later in the section of the wall.
Oh, we need to teleport.
It's almost something like a blink dog.
The blink dog.
I am going to change my
There he
mask
is.
to coast, and I'm going to run around this edge. And when I get to the same position, I'm going to misty step to the other side,
Okay.
and then run
Yeah.
around this way
Oh, that's good.
because I haven't got any fair steps left. So
Perfect. Yeah, as you do, you feel yourself phase in and out of existence, blinking from one next point to the next. You almost hear this kind of playful bark sound,
rough.
and yeah, as you finish teleporting onto the other side, you see the image solidify in the center of the small kind of little stand where there is a coffer open with a small pillow laid out inside. No gem is on it, but you can match the color to the gem that you've got.
Where is it?
Yeah, Rodolfo has the gems, right? So Rodolfo will come over and place the appropriate gem in the coffer.
Do we
Yeah,
want to leave that till Sarah, like Sarah's
I
back?
think. Yeah. So
No, she-
what can happen is she can see the vision or save it for later, but I think we will do that vision again. We'll do the vision when she's here. Actually, we'll do that
Yeah.
when she's here.
Because
you can- You can still
Yeah,
tick it off.
I think
What
we
colour
can
is it?
still do it. She said it's okay if we still do it. But yeah, we
It's
can
fine.
wait on the vision.
I mean, the main issue with that is that, to some extent, at least with some of the visions, Rodolfo's been able to interact with them.
Yeah. She has sort of tilted the little the balance, but I think
What color is
let me
it?
just this one. This would be the fourth one, which is the color of the number 4. Give me just a moment.
Sorry, it's just the way you said that. I'm just like, wait, number 4's a color?
Yeah, no, you know when you get like a number 4 pink,
Yeah.
it's like a different shade of it. Okay,
Yeah.
I found it.
Sorry,
So this
it's like a
this one
synesthesia
is
thing. I see numbers as colors.
Red. 0004 color palette is red.
ouch. All right. It is black. It's a yellow jewel. It's a yellow jewel with a black spot at its core, and
Okay.
it's got a little yellow pillow. And this one was belonging to maliciousness, and I think you've seen that vision. Yes, this was the one that was sort of a take on the Puss in Boots, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen the Puss in Boots one.
Oh, you have, haven't you?
Yeah, I think we've seen the Puss in Boots.
We've seen
or Rodolfo's seen it at least.
You have. This is the one with the balding wizard with wild eyes, and you learnt his name was Zagig, and you were capturing a demon lord Frazu Blue. That one was the last one you did. So this one would be Disdain's gem, which is, let me check. Okay, this is the blue gem.
We've done the blue.
Have you done that one as well?
Because blue was the coffer that I got from the Quickly Tower, right? And I'm pretty sure we
Okay.
did that one. I might be
You've done
wrong,
that one as well.
'cause
Then
We've done blue, we've done white.
we've done red.
And
Because I think we got red from the red caps.
no, you haven't done.
no, I think we got. I know it was the red caps, but I think the one we got from that was white.
So we had the vision where Fraz blue. We had the vision where we learnt the name of her familiar was Black Comet.
Okay.
And we saw the one where she was first met Eleanor.
Yep, that was the first one. That was envy. Sorry, jealousy rather.
Yeah, so we've seen
Okay.
those three.
It's doesn't really matter what number or color it is. It will always. It's going to be the next one in the sequence.
Yeah.
So basically, she can use this right now if she wants, and you can get maybe a bit of information. But the question is, has she actually seen the original, or has she seen the? I don't think she's seen. She's actually quite behind on using them to see the fairy tale ones. I think we've only done 4 of them. We haven't done the 5th one. Yeah, we haven't. So let's put it down for now.
Yeah.
We will wait until she's back, and then I will go through them in sequence.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's
With
look
Sara
for the
Jane.
rest of the coffers in the last stretch. But based on what you've just said, Chris, this same pattern, it goes like through the full tower. So this one is the quickling one.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Okay. And then
there was
This one's-
something in here.
This is the red cap on the right, and
And this
Xaxx.
one?
It's coming to this one. You can see images of fairy dragons frolicking and flapping their wings. You almost get a little bit of a nostalgic reminder of Sir Talavar. But these ones are all different colors, almost like a myriad of them. Orange, green, even ones matching your scales. But yeah, needless to say, these are all little, very clearly
Is there-
fairy dragons.
Fairy drag. Is there a coffer in here? No, not a thing.
There is a translucent coffer as well.
okay. So
Well, maybe we can do the thing to get the coffer up here. So the dragons. What are the dragons doing? They're just. Well, I'm a dragon.
they're fairy dragons.
Shouldn't it just appear since there's a dragon here?
They seem to
Hello.
be. They seem to be just friendly, frolicking around with each other. But
I'm
you
a
can see
friendly,
that.
frolicky dragon.
Yeah,
But
sure.
they're different colors. Is that the
they
main
are, they-
difference? Is that
They are going from the right to the left around the wall. You see red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet.
so
Oh,
colors of the
rainbows.
rainbow?
That's rainbows. Okay. So we need to make a rainbow.
What do we know about fairy dragons? And because I'm out of character, I would know, but in character, I don't know if we know what fairy dragons' colors mean. Because it
Okay. Yeah, you can roll like an Arcana check, and so can Xaxx. This is dragon related, I guess.
yeah, I've got no idea.
Okay, Xaxx.
I have
You
some
remember?
idea.
Remember when you came across Sir Talavar? He did actually mention that perhaps in a few years he might be a different color. Let's just check what Sir Talavar is. I believe he was indigo.
Yeah,
He
it's
was
like
indigo.
It was like a pinky indigo color.
Yeah, I remember him as like a purpley sort of shade.
You
Yeah.
tell me.
Yeah,
He's like
purple
purple.
pink.
He's purple.
Yeah.
I see more
pink
purple than
wings.
pink.
Okay, so violet.
Yeah,
Violet it is. Okay. It used to be a different color. He may have said then.
lilac.
So with that,
Lilac,
you
yeah.
remember. So with that, you do remember that the color represents age, and they get more powerful spells the older they get. And being a consort to the Summer Court, you would expect him to be, quite old,
So,
at least over 50 years old.
um,
I'm a frolicky, happy dragon who's over 50 years old. Coffer up here.
You can head over to the indigo one the violet one if you wish.
I'll go to the violet one. I'll
And
go to the
then-
oldest one.
Yeah, the dragon on the carving begins to glow a soft violet light.
yeah.
Oh, Everybody get in here. We need to go in age order.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Who is? How old are you, Xaxx?
I'm the oldest,
Wait, are you?
unless Faulkner is older.
How
What is-
old are you, Faulkner?
Well, this is kind of confusing because didn't we all go to the carnival when we were around about the same age? So
No,
did.
I'm
we,
older.
we all went when we were 8. So technically,
No, you were varying ages. It was
what?
8 years between the
Oh,
last carnival
It's
and this
it's been 8
carnival.
years since, yeah.
Yeah,
But
well,
I'm
everyone was different ages.
I
yeah.
have no clue.
Juniper
Some
is.
of you were like 11, some of you were younger.
Juniper
Juniper
might be
was
the
like a baby,
youngest.
and then
That's
Egbert, but Egbert's dead, so that doesn't count anymore.
oh god.
Is this in actual age or is this in like in age
It's
of how
in,
we look? Because Nox is the youngest, Hellier is the next,
I'm
and
not
then
sure.
that's why Solomon is old looking.
Well, it could be just well, you're Faulkner right now,
So
so
I think I described as Faulkner being like the third oldest, like
how old is Faulkner?
in like his
Faulkner.
30s.
Okay.
In
Tarquin,
how
how
he
old are
looks,
you?
not in how he actually is.
I'm 18.
I think
You're
I'm around
18.
18 as well. I'll say 19 just for ease.
Rodolfo is the next oldest to me,
That would be correct. So as
and
they
then
head in,
Rodolfo,
I believe he's about 30 or 40, right?
he's
We
like
check.
40 or 50.
Oh, is he? Okay, all right. So in that case,
Yeah.
as Rodolfo heads around, you see suddenly the indigo dragon light up.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, so Faulkner come in next. I think you're maybe the next one, Faulkner.
Yeah. If it's
Then
in looks, then fair enough. If it's in actual age, then I think Yaz said Nox is about 18, which is like
Mm,
actual
how old are
years.
you?
I am 28.
Okay,
28. Okay,
so
so
if you go,
Morgoth's next.
so Morgoth,
Morgoth's
Green.
next, and then it's
Green
just a
lights up.
matter of Tarquin and Tanwen, who's older
yeah,
and who's
I'll
younger.
go and then Tanwen, I think.
Yeah, I
So
think Tanwen's the youngest.
as you
Yeah.
come in, Tarquin, yellow definitely lights up, but orange does not light up next to Tanwin here.
Oh.
Oh.
So maybe Glister Gleam's older than me?
Oh,
Or
they're not in the room though.
Juniper? Is Juniper
Um,
older than me?
Juniper is not older than you, no. If you
Hmm.
remember, they were but a small baby owlbear when they
Right.
first arrived, so they're probably somewhere between 6 and 10 years old. So it'd be, well, sorry, somewhere between 9 and 10. Oh, 8 and 10, rather. So
Then
as they come
are
in,
they are they all lit up except for that one?
no, at the moment we have all but blue lit up and red and orange.
All
Sorry,
but
it's red, orange, and blue.
wait, which one's
Blue.
red? Which one's
So I'll start from the top. Indigo from Xaxx.
yeah?
Sorry, violet from Xaxx. Indigo from Rodolfo. Blue doesn't seem to be lit up yet.
Not okay.
Morgul is definitely lighting up green, and Tarquin is definitely lighting up yellow, but orange actually only lights up when Juniper heads in. And so yes, Juniper is somewhere between 8 and 10 years. Seems to work for orange. And there's
Oh.
finally just red left, which you could assume must be really young, like less than 8 at least.
Wait, what about the blue one?
Put Lily on there.
Blue,
Put
Lily.
Lily
The
on there
blue
'cause she's
the
only
blue
just been
one where
created.
You want to
where
take?
Faulkner was.
Lily's only just been created, so Lily must be really
Okay,
young.
Faulkner, you take Lily into the turret, and sure enough, yes, the red one does light up. I'm the youngest.
Um,
I've also seen the most.
Glister Gleam, how old are you?
Oh no.
Glister
Wait,
and
why is
Gleam.
Tarquin and Tanwen not associated with one though?
I'm
Maybe
Tanwen does
because
associated
light
with
up.
one. I think it
Right.
might not be age order, it's age range. You have to be in the
Yeah,
right age
that's
for those things. And
Uh,
Tamwin and Falkner are all in the same bracket.
right.
That is
I
correct. If
agree.
you realize this as soon as Tarquin leaves and Tanwen goes in, the same one lights up as Tarquin. Is they're the same age,
so
roughly.
I'm in the 50 plus.
Yes, yes, you are.
Wait,
Is
how
that
are you in the
is this?
50 plus?
Oh, I'm old.
How?
How indeed.
Backstory.
Were you wait?
He says that.
So when we went to the carnival, you were an old man playing carnival games with a lot of kids? That sounds sketch.
But he wasn't aware he was that old, I think, because you didn't have some of
Mhm.
your memories before we went there, right? I don't know.
That is
I lose track.
Anyway, Glister or Gleam. Maybe the blue
that
one
is
will light up for you.
The blue one. Well, we're not that old. Look at us. But we have been in the
What's
Feywild for a very long time.
Yeah, that's
we
why
need
I
somebody
wasn't sure, because time is
who's in
weird.
we need somebody who's in their 30s then. Oh,
That's
it's
right.
the age. It's by 10 years. We need somebody who's in their 30s.
30s.
Okay.
um,
Okay, do you think dead bodies count?
Oh, God. Oh, my
I
God.
It's worth a shot. I mean, they're not aging anymore.
Wait, no, I've got an idea. Oh no, we can't move stuff that's in time, can we at all? I was just
No.
thinking the night guy.
Oh, Brian McKnight. Maybe he's
Yeah,
30.
he looks about that sort of age.
Did we
Okay,
try to pull him over?
I'm afraid you did try earlier, and he
Yeah.
was completely immovable.
okay,
we'll
so
try it. We'll try a body. Maybe the War Duke is about that.
Dragging
he's not
Warduke
got his
over.
helmet on. How old does he look?
He is too well. It's hard to tell
Oh no,
because
wait, I'm pretty sure we bit off his head.
He doesn't need a
Lovely.
head. It's fine.
he is. There is a horrible visage underneath his helmet, anyway. That of a grim, hideously scarred gladiator. Just you have no idea how old he would be, but you can drag his body over if you like.
I'm sorry. I'm
We'll
sorry.
try.
I'm sorry.
You try, okay. That's a good question. You know what? I'm gonna load up Idle Champions real quick. Because I know it's got his age on there. Oh
Oh,
god.
what?
Yep, not even kidding.
I'll prepare to drag the assassin over next.
Okay.
Who else is here? There's nobody else here.
Warduke is actually quite a popular character outside of
He's
just Wild
39.
Beyond the Witchlight. Is he?
Yeah, according to their wiki.
Well then you're just in
Hey!
luck. Because it's between 30 to 40, yeah, and that will light
Yes.
up the blue one.
Wow.
Wait,
Lily picks up their thumb and like gives you guys a thumbs up with their hand
Lily
from the
transported to
body.
a different map.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
it popped us. It popped me somewhere else.
Oh no.
I
Okay.
don't see anything.
All right.
Fine.
I see you still on the map, the same map, Tanwin.
Okay, that's good.
At least there's an icon for you down here.
I think Lily went up
Now we're
somewhere.
back. Yeah.
Is there any
Okay.
others
All right. So
we need to go to? Any
no,
ethereal
Uh,
coffers?
that's it. Other than that, the ethereal coffer lights up. You can see them, and you're right. Yeah,
All right.
39.
Wow. We looked out.
You did actually look out. Yeah. All right. Nicely done. So that's. I'm gonna say the
The next
what
two.
coffer color is that?
Good thing we all have an age spread out. And if we were all the same age, we wouldn't have been able to do that.
Well, we've got a
Mhm.
few other bodies, so they might have worked.
Yeah.
True. True.
I mean, because this guy
Uh,
looks older than you, like the wizard guy.
Yeah, he does look
he
ancient.
looks older than me. Sure.
Yeah. Is
Are
there
you
any more?
immortal at this point, Xaxx? Is that what we're deciding, or are you just like ageless
I'm.
or something?
It's not. It's not deciding. It's just is. I'm not.
Is there any
I'm not.
more?
I'm not immortal. I'm just older than you.
Yeah. Is there any more ethereal coffers? Like, is the one
Yeah, I
here?
think there's one
There
in
is.
each of these, and from what I understand, based on what Chris said, each of the turrets basically has this same image on each one, and if we solve it on any floor, it will solve it.
Okay, so
So-
which ones did we
Yeah.
get and which
So
ones
we've
didn't we
got
get?
this one because this was the quickling, and we've got
Yeah.
this one. I want to say
This one.
this
This
one.
one.
That one.
This one.
Red cap.
We've got 1,
Okay.
2, 3, 4, and
we
we're just
also
gonna
got
work our
one
way
in the
around the
middle.
circle.
Yeah, so we've got the middle. So this will be all the
Oh, well-
coffers if we can get them.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if we do 1, 2, and 3, that'll be all of them.
Okay, so,
So
what do we have
then-
next?
We got this.
This
act.
one you can see cloaked figures skulking in the dead of night. They are clearly darklings that have been depicted in this one. Some of them have a glint of daggers in the moonlight. There are smaller ones and larger ones that are depicting both small darklings and elders.
Okay. Do we need to cast moonlight on a dagger in here or something?
I could try sneaking round with my daggers out, looking like I'm about to kill someone.
And then I cast moonlight on you?
Moonlight or darkness, because they're darklings, I guess.
I don't have
Or
daggers.
fairy fire?
Let's just try the sneaking round and see if that does anything. So Tarquin is just going to sneak around, 2 daggers drawn like he's about to stab someone. He's going to have that sort of wicked look in his eye.
Sure.
Oh,
can
I'll
skulk
take
around.
out my dagger. I'll take out my dagger and do it with you because it's supposed to be 2 of us,
Yeah,
and I'm shorter
Mhm.
than you.
yeah.
Give me a stealth check, both of you. Funny enough, this is how this combat started. It's with you two making stealth.
Well, that's a terrible roll for me.
So, yeah, as you're going around, you realize there's quite a lot of sound you guys are making with your footsteps across the marble flooring. That, and as you're going past the windows, light does shine on you quite directly. You don't seem to be hidden at all. If someone was to stand where Faulkner was, they could see you very clearly, as plain as
We
day.
need to be
We
hidden.
need to be in the dark. Oh, let's cover up. We gotta cover up the windows, and make it dark.
I cast Pass Without Trace on us.
Okay.
Do I have any spells that can make it dark? Let me see. I can create food and water.
I'm gonna make you guys super stealthy.
Oh, wait a second. I have. Oh, I can't use it.
Do you guys have hoods? Do you want to put your hoods up?
I can probably get a hood up. Easy enough. Wait.
I have something that will work.
Okay.
So your footsteps are completely muffled by the spell that Faulkner has cast.
Okay.
Okay, so you can you be sneaky on your own?
Yep.
And can you stay in the? I don't know if I can keep you in the dark. But I can do myself. Like I won't.
Okay.
You won't need to worry about me. So as long as we can figure out what to do with for Tarquin.
So yeah, your sound is very muffled from Pass Without Trace. However, there is still light, like you mentioned, Xaxx,
Yeah.
pouring through the windows. You think
How tall?
you
are
said
these
about covering them
windows?
up earlier, but they're only small, probably about 2 feet across, like 5 of them.
Okay. About 2
You know, they're like kind of like an arrow slit. It's like that.
Yeah.
What do we have? Take off your cloak or something. Take off your clothes and just put it over the window. So it's
I'm
dark.
gonna look around through my disguise kit and just try to just hook stuff over the window to block out the light.
Sure.
I'm gonna
Yeah, you
take off
can-
my cloak of displacement momentarily and put it over one of the windows, so it blocks the
Okay.
light.
That does so. And I think that leaves like 3 more windows. But see.
I've got some.
Mm,
What else can I use? Could use a bedroll, just sort of.
Yeah,
yeah,
bedroll would fit.
as long as it can get like put it over it and it would
Yeah.
stay.
I'll pass a bedroll as well.
Yep.
So that's
That
Does,
fills up
uh,
another
cover.
2.
We've got
one more to
cover.
go.
Mm.
Rodolfo's got to be wearing a
You
cloak
can
of
have
some sort,
mine.
doesn't he?
Yeah,
You can have mine.
we'll have Tanwen's bedroll for the last one.
Okay. Alrighty.
Mm.
Juniper was trying to block out the window, but another bedroll does the job.
So
And you
Thank you,
shroud the
Jeff.
whole chamber. Actually, you know what? Where Juniper is standing is actually good. Because that blocks the whole entrance.
Yep. Okay. So now
With
let's
that, the
see.
whole room is shrouded in darkness. You can't see in here very well at all. It's like very, very, very dim.
very dark and very quiet.
That is, of course, a problem for you two who can't have dark vision. Faulkner, you've got dark vision?
I've got
I
dark vision.
do.
Oh, you do. Sorry, of course you do. Not normal Dragonborn don't, but you're a Twilight cleric, so you can
And I
just
can
about
give
make
dark-
out.
I can also give dark vision to Tarquin.
Of course, you can make out an outline of the altar in the middle, and it was translucent before, but now heading over to it, you now feel a solidarity to it, and there's a physical coffer on the top that you can pick up.
Right.
Hey.
Nice.
Oh, I just had to make things dark. I didn't even have to cast the spell I was gonna cast. That was good.
Saved you there.
Right. We'll gather up our stuff. Oh, we got the coffer, so that we got the.
Yeah, sure.
All right, put my cloak back on.
Okay.
We
Okay.
have
Here's
an
your
error of
bedrolls,
pass without
everybody.
trace. Yeah, we have an error of pass without trace, by the way.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Next one.
On to the next.
This one depicts the green hag that you've sort of seen. They're like brewing things in a cauldron. They seem to be casting spells of illusion, and you can see their form changing from a hideous old crone into that much more beautiful, picturesque young woman-like stature. They're trying to clearly guise themselves in some sort of illusion,
Okay.
as green hags are often wont to do.
Can anyone cast illusion magic to disguise themselves?
I will not. Is it to specifically disguise?
Yeah,
Or is
so
it
just
just
say, why don't you just turn into Nox? Because Nox is the youngest. Just turn into Nox.
Yeah.
Don't think I
try.
can help with this one. Well,
But if we need to
Hmm.
cast illusion, I could do mirror image.
could work. The other option, I'm wondering if it has to be magical in nature, or if it just has to be a deceptive way of changing appearance. In which case, I could I could disguise myself using my disguise kit, rather than using a spell straight away.
I'm just using all the spells here.
Yeah. Do you want me to try the disguise thing first to save you the spells?
Right. If not, I can. Can I wild shape? Do I have a wild shape?
How about you,
I can-
Tanwen? Can you do any illusionary magic?
I'm trying to think of anything that I could use, but really, no. Most of mine is like being able to talk with animals and, work with my swarm. I mean, maybe I could ask the swarm to surround me,
Ooh.
and
Um,
that might work, but I'm sorry. I can't I can't think of anything other than that.
I have an idea.
If your idea doesn't work, I have an idea.
Rodolfo.
Rodolfo mentions there is a sense of divination magic over most of these turrets.
Okay, so it's looking to detect something. Rodolfo, could you, because just looking at their sheet, they have it. Could you cast minor illusion on my face to make me appear like someone else? Just on my face, so putting an illusion over my face, because it's not quite disguising itself, it's putting an illusionary face over the top.
Yeah, give him a different
Yeah.
nose.
Sure.
And
I
And
can
glasses.
do that.
glasses. Make him
Yeah.
make him look younger though.
And a
Cool
mustache.
glasses.
And a mustache.
A cool
Or,
mustache.
in this case, I suppose more feminine looking, as they're trying to look like a pretty young girl. I guess.
Why
Sure.
don't you make the exact same face that the hag put on?
Yeah,
All
sure.
right. Yeah, you can see the kind of stifled grin, and you try to mimic that with the illusion. And Rodolfo can do that. It's just like creating a mask
Yeah.
over the face. They can't move it, so you have to hold
Yeah.
very still. And the rest of your, you've said you have a disguise kit.
Yeah. So probably just.
You're whipping up something.
Yeah, I probably don't have an outfit that's quite similar to that, but I can probably whip up something that looks at least more alluring than what I'm currently wearing. I would
Okay.
imagine.
In which case, then I'd like you to actually roll that disguise kit, and you can add your, I guess, dexterity to it.
I don't know why that rolled twice.
Oh,
And that didn't apply
I'll
my...
tell you. Because Rodolfo is adding this element of illusion,
Yeah.
you can roll with advantage.
Okay, that didn't apply my dex because it didn't query it. So that applied my intelligence by the looks of it. So that would actually be a +5 rather than a -1. So that's 6 on top of that. So the initial rolls are 14. Is there a way to put this so that it queries it each time?
Yeah, try clicking it in the chat. You see where it says use disguise kit?
Oh, yeah, there we go. And we want to use dex. So previous roll was a 14. Don't know why it rolled twice again. But
Nor am I. I have no idea why.
16.
A 16?
Yeah.
That actually beats the DC. Green Hag's perception is 14. And so you see this kind of greenish glint in her eye. Almost as if the carving is directly looking at you.
Oh, so my disguise
And-
has to be able to fool their perception. Interesting.
Indeed. It seems as though after a while you can see the carving like almost squinting. And a grin sheds even wider on the carving. And when it does, the young, beautiful woman shows and bears a set of crooked, blackened teeth like that of the hag. And as she does, that illusionary, translucent image in the center reveals itself, and you have yet another coffer.
Ooh.
Hey,
Hey, last one.
last one. Let's go.
I say slightly muffled because of the password trace.
Yeah.
This does not
Great
have
job, guys.
an image in it, nor does this turret have any carvings.
Oh, I have an idea. Straight away, but also it might mean that we're going to lose password trace.
Rodolfo, just before...
I have another idea. If you don't want to lose past that race.
Do you have invisibility?
Yes, I do.
Oh, do you want to cast invisibility?
That's what I was gonna do before.
I
that's
was
what I'm
thinking,
gonna do
just
now.
beforehand, Rodolfo, does this one have divination magic on it like the others?
If there is, I can't see it necessarily.
Oh,
But then you can't just see magic if it's illusion. I would need to discern it a little bit carefully. So let me just roll Rodolfo's investigation. It's tricky to tell because everything in here is magical.
I'd give guidance to that, by the way. If she's gonna purposely
Okay.
discern something.
So I think
17?
they...
Okay, yes, there is some sort of thin level of illusion magic in here.
So yeah, I think we gotta go invisible
Yeah.
It's worth a try.
because there's nothing there which makes sense.
Unless it's something that's hidden behind an illusion.
Then you gotta get rid of the magic.
Hmm.
Try one or the other.
Yeah.
We can try
I'll-
invisibility because it's a lower level magic, isn't it?
I don't have just invisibility. Invisibility.
You've got greater
Oh.
invisibility.
I have a greater invisibility.
I have just invisibility. Invisibility.
Okay. Do you want to
But-
try that?
Yeah. We don't need to be stealthy anyway, do we?
No.
Yeah, I'll just drop an invisibility then.
All right. Then in that case, very clearly, as you go invisible and walk into the chamber, Faulkner, you see a myriad of dancing pixies depicted on the walls. It's like this beautiful fountain scene, and all the fairies are like springing around off droplets of water. And in the center is a fountain-shaped pedestal.
Has it got something on it, or do I need to
There
dance?
is a coffer. Yeah, no, there is
Okay.
a coffer here.
No one can see
Uh,
me anyway, so I do dance.
No one
to
can
it.
see you, and no one can see the actual pixies either.
He'll dance.
Only
to
you
it,
can.
And he'll grab the coffer, and then he'll dance back, and then accidentally bump into Xaxx.
There you go. There they are. It is a peaceful chamber, though.
Hey.
So
Alright.
we successfully got it by being invisible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
As you can't see anything as Faulkner comes back out. But
Did it?
did you tell him
did
you
it
got
work?
it?
Yeah. I bumped into Xaxx as I was
Oh.
dancing, and then I just sort of like, oh, sorry. Here you
Sorry,
go.
Faulkner.
He hands you something, and it becomes visible as it leaves Faulkner's possession. He has the
Oh.
last coffer.
We got it.
Yeah.
All right. So we have the things. We got the coffers, so we can put these in to get the true name, right?
We
Well-
put the gems in to get the
True vision.
Yeah.
true vision, which we hope will lead
The
to
true
the true
vision.
name. But we're
Just
still
need to find the
missing
last-
one of the dretches, so we should probably try to find
Oh, we need
that.
to go. We need to go find
That's
the other
right.
dretch.
Yes.
Hootie. Okay.
So
Okay.
explore.
Where do you want to go?
Well,
Explore?
I'm quite tempted by the room with the bluebirds.
Where was that?
That was over here.
Yeah, it's above you and on the left side of the palace.
Yeah, so
Okay, so we have to go. Oh, we have to go up a level then, eh?
yeah.
Okay, let's go up. We'll go up a level.
Okay.
What was at the top of here?
Stairs.
Like, yeah,
Oh,
because someone
wait.
went up, didn't they?
So
I just want to check out on this balcony real quick.
So that's
Anything
where
on the
Zarek
balcony?
is.
Yeah.
No, there doesn't appear to be. Zarek was laying slain here, trying to look out for an exit, but all
Yeah.
that he could see was this roiling maelstrom below,
Yeah.
crackling with lightning.
So the stairs that went up led to a room that had, I want to say, the lion lock on it because we apparently got heart locks open, right?
Yeah.
That's
Mm,
right.
yeah.
Wait, you've got
No, we got lions open.
lions open at the moment.
I thought we needed
Yeah.
to trade the berries to get the crown back off of.
No,
You
that's the next
definitely
one.
have lions open.
Okay.
Yeah. We spoke about it and we said if we took it off the lion and gave it to the heart, then next time we would
Okay.
have to give the berries.
Right.
At the
So-
very top of the central tower, you found a heart lock.
Yeah, and then there was also the one with the nightingale on the handle. That
So
said
should we
that true name.
shall we go as
Yeah.
far as we can without
Yeah,
having
that's
to change?
yeah,
the
that's
door?
sort of my thought. We want to probably
Mm.
make a note of where these different locks are, so that we can navigate properly. Because if we swap them back and then we can't get to where we need to go, then it just sort of defeats the point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rodolfo, why don't you make a map for us since you're
Yes.
gonna be quiet today? You seem to be quiet. You can
Oh,
help things
focus
out.
on
Rodolfo also mentions that before we came up here, there was a library to the left, and that had crown locks on it as well. There were lion crown locks. So, but we can do whichever you prefer first. If you want to head upstairs and go to the bluebird window, that's up to you. Or you can go down.
Let's head up in this area and see where we can go up when we go up upstairs then.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Go ahead, drag your tokens onto the staircase. Should be working now.
Yep.
Okay, cool. That just gets you all on the map. A lot easier. And Morgott, they're still in the room. Okay.
Oh no, that's Rodolfo.
That took quite a lot of spell slots.
Alright. So, drag you back
That's a-
into the center room. Okay, this is where you were as a giant owl. Don't need that. At least I don't think so. Alright. And so the bluebird window was up and to the left. You're in a tricky position here because you got here by flight.
Yeah, I can do that again.
Okay.
We had a short rest since then anyway. To attune to our things.
Sure, if you wish to do that then.
So I'll
So we are attuned to our new items. I couldn't remember if
Yeah.
we were.
Air Faulkner starts ferrying us over.
Okay.
Chris,
What are you trying?
I've lost Samantha again. I'm sorry.
I'm not even on the map. It's just blue.
Might. There you are. You're right here.
I am, but on my screen I'm not. The whole map is just blue.
Anyway, if you wanted to, you could transform back into the owl,
Yeah.
or do you want to transform into something else?
I'm still Faulkner. I'll still stick to the owl.
Okay, back to the owl. And you wish to go up to the window, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll drag you guys over here so you can get a better view of it. Here we are. On this windowsill are 3 little bluebirds, all lined up, and their beautiful feathers seem to match the decor of the room. As you can see, a lush velvet blue carpet and like curtains. There's blue bedding, blue cabinet, and writing desk. There doesn't seem to be anybody in here. In fact, the whole room looks almost too spick and span. Like there isn't any like depictions of whose room this would be. Like there's no sense of personality to it.
Are they messenger birds like those birds we found before?
No, they don't seem to have any messages attached to them.
Okay.
Are they alive? I'm gonna telepathically speak to the birds. Hello.
So they don't seem to share a language, but you just check. These bluebirds do react to you approaching, though. A giant owl swooping towards them startles them, and they immediately flutter up and away from you guys into the air.
Tanwen want to
Oh,
talk to these?
okay.
Or?
Oh, that's easy enough. I'm gonna go inside.
Ah, well, you
Does
Faulkner, if I am down to one level 1 spell slot, and 2 level 2. So if we are, I can cast speak with animals, but I will not. I don't have very many spell slots left for today.
Ah, okay.
As
But I can try. So
as
I'm
a
gonna cast.
as a giant bird, can't you speak bird?
Possibly. It seems weird considering everything else has been frozen,
That's
but
true.
these birds aren't.
Flap, flap, flap. They
I
fly away into the distance.
I try and speak bird to them before they leave.
They see the presence of a giant owl, incredibly threatening to them, and they have since all flapped all the way into the sky and away.
Oh
Oh.
shoot! I'm gonna holler and speak with animals. Wait, wait, wait! We don't mean any harm. Can you come back, please?
You can attempt to make a animal handling or persuasion check, or animal handling with charisma. Either one, any combination.
All right, I'll try animal handling.
Ooh,
Victory.
Sorry.
The bluebirds do seem to fly back on themselves, swooping around. They seem to keep their distance, but they are encircling above your head. Did you cast Speak with Animals, you said?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did. It should be in
Okay.
the chat.
So then, I guess with that, they kind of swoop back in for a moment. And they say, "Scary owl! Scary!
No,
Ah!"
no. I promise the scary owl is a friend. And this here, I'm gonna walk over and I'm gonna hug this scary owl. See, look, the scary owl is a friend. See? Friend.
No, no, no! Zybilna's owl eats rats and kills things. They're a terrifying bird of the sky.
But this is not
oh,
Sibylna's owl. This is
It looks just like them. Giant
uh
barn owl.
yes, but this
Only thing
owl,
missing is the blood on their feathers
well, the reason
and
it's missing
talons.
is because I can promise you this owl has not eaten any living creature here. Not
Oh,
one. This owl loves berries and these pastries made by our friend Xaxx when he can make our pastries. So this owl is a good owl, but can you tell me whose room this is?
oh, we haven't seen anybody in that room.
Oh,
That's
do
why
you,
we decided to perch on it because it doesn't seem to be anyone around. Plus, it's got the best color out of all the rooms.
oh, blue is my favorite color. I love a deep royal blue. So I completely agree with you that this would be my favorite room if I lived here. And because I love rooms that are this color blue and the blue of your feathers.
Oh,
So I'm gonna turn around and say to the group, they don't know who lives in that room. What questions do you want me to ask?
haven't seen anyone come and go from that room.
Well, does the room contain any secrets that you know of?
Hmm, pretty bland. No treats though. We looked around for treats. Nothing in there.
Oh, well, you know what?
It is very clean.
I have a good berry. Would y'all, I mean, y'all are little bitty things. You want me to cut the good berry into pieces and y'all can have a good berry?
They swoop down immediately after you
Okay.
produce a good berry.
I will give them a good berry then, so they can, and I'll cut it up in littler pieces so they can, the little birds can handle it. So, see, okay. So this is a treat. Do you know if there's anything that a big person like me would like? That's maybe not a treat, but maybe I think was a shiny treasure? or an interesting object?
What do we look like, magpies?
No, but y'all are very intelligent, so I thought y'all might have observed something.
We were looking for food ourselves, and it turns out all the food's being eaten. Like, it's almost all gone. But we don't want to get
Oh,
close to it because there's a big, nasty creature gobbling it all up.
ooh, what kind of nasty creatures is gobbling up the food?
They're like, you guys on 2 feet, big, long, muscular arms, but really ugly looking, and way, way bigger.
Oh my goodness. Well, let me tell my friends to be careful. There's something that's humanoid, only taller than us, that's eating food inside
All the
that
food.
all the food inside this area of the castle.
It's gonna be nothing
Uh,
left.
the birds are worried that there's not going to be any food left. And can you tell me what the big scary humanoids dress like?
Dressed, hardly dressed. They're wearing the
Oh,
kitchen. They're wearing the tablecloth as a napkin.
oh. Tarquin Xaxx, I think we found a giant. It's wearing a tablecloth as a napkin.
Hmm.
I
It
mean,
doesn't.
I do that sometimes if I don't have any napkins around.
Yeah. But wow. Well, gosh, little bluebirds, you have been so incredibly useful and informative, and I've loved talking to you. Let me ask, just give me 1 second. Tarquin, did you have any questions you wanted to ask them?
Mm, nothing in particular. Asked him if they've seen a dretch about.
Okay. I
I
don't know how to
don't know what a
describe
dredge
this.
is, but yeah.
Right. Have y'all seen a short, ugly little fellow about? Um, it it might be
Pig
sad or
poison.
moping or angry or
Mm, we've seen a few of them around,
mm,
and then
okay,
they started leaving. I think they all went out the front. Now they're
okay,
hiding in a bush just outside the
okay.
entrance.
Um, hmm. Okay. Well, all right.
Oh,
So,
yeah, it's been fun. For a moment there, we were worried the Sibylna's owl had become unfrozen, but this owl does seem a lot nicer.
yes, this is one of my favorite owls ever. And this is a really good friend who's been with me through thick and thin, and I am very grateful to have this friend. I'm grateful for all of my friends, just
Hmm.
like I'm sure you're grateful for your flock.
Yeah, we stick together.
That's right.
And thanks for the berry. We begin to
Well,
flutter away.
bye bye, y'all.
Okay.
What did they say? Did they say
Interesting that
anything
they
good?
know who Zybylna's
They,
name is, by the way.
Do they?
yeah. Um. Basically, they told us that there's a giant in the kitchen that's eating all the food. They're very worried that all the food's going to be gone. So maybe we need to go check out the kitchen, but I think we should find that dredge first.
Yeah.
I
What
think
do
it's
y'all
always a
think?
good. I think it's always a good idea to check out the kitchen.
Um,
Yeah, yeah. I need some. I'm running low after the last place, so I need some more supplies.
Yeah, I wonder if
okay.
there's any supplies for me to make a couple of pumpkin spice lattes. You
Then
would
you see,
love it.
are you going in through the window? Is
I
that
went
all of
in.
it? Okay. All right. So yeah, as I've said, this room is incredibly well maintained. Everything's clean, spick and span, but there's no indications of who or what kind of person would live here because there is no character to it. There's no posters or paintings. You open up the wardrobe, it's completely empty. The desk, no signs of notation or documents.
Is this a guest room?
It's I don't know, but it seems like it's. Why would there be nothing here? Are we
It's
sure
a
there's not? Oh, there's a door.
It's a
Maybe
guest room. You know when you stop at a hotel and there's nothing in it.
Or maybe
You could-
whoever it was here took what they had with them.
Or maybe we can't see it.
Apparently, I'm in a wall.
You should
Hmm.
Ah, here we are.
be over here, yeah.
I'm good now.
Okay. So I'm guessing you dropped the wild shape
I'll have
to
to.
get in through the window. Yep. All right, no problem.
Unless I can just like barrel through and break the wall. I don't think so.
No.
No.
Got Lily and Lily. I don't know why there's two Lilies.
There's no
The real
like
question is where's
hidden
Samantha?
hidden compartments. No hidden compartments. No nothing.
Looking
In the
around,
room.
you could check the drawers out. But they're fairly plain. You could pull out the drawers themselves and check very thoroughly, but there doesn't seem to be any. No.
I don't know
Ah.
where Samantha is. She was behind me in the tower, and I thought I was dragging her up, and then suddenly I jumped forward, and I couldn't go
She's
back to get her.
She's in the
she's
level.
very small.
She's in the level where we did the fight.
Yeah, I
I don't see her.
couldn't get her.
She's gone. She's gone.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
wait, there she is. All right. The steps are very big for a small little doll. Okay. Yeah, I'll drag them. Hold on.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Samantha, I think you should get in my backpack, sweetheart. That way we don't lose you again.
All right. I nod.
How do I make her follow me? How are you doing
So
that?
yeah, what you do, you select your token, and then
Uh-huh.
hover over another token and press F for follow. That'll make
Oh.
you follow a token.
Cool. All right.
Oh, I see. It's the other way around. Click on.
It's the token that you want to follow.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sweet.
Okay. All right.
Where'd she go?
There is a door in here. Would you like to open said door?
Checking for traps.
Okay.
Check a trap.
Sure thing.
Is it a mimic?
Roll an investigation check.
Oh, I genuinely am. Okay. Sure. Why not?
Doesn't look like a mimic, but then a mimic is indistinguishable. So a roll would actually not help you.
Guys, this door is safe and it's made of wood.
I will tap it
Okay.
briefly with my new staff just to see if anything happens before trying to open it.
You hear a hollow thud, thud.
See? Told you. Wood. I'll open it for us.
Yep.
Okay. You empty out into a pristine marble corridor with multiple doors along its length. You see that you've just opened up the blue door, and opposite you there's a red, and along the corridor there is a green, a white, and a black door. And then right at the very end of the corridor there's this incredibly ornate door that doesn't seem to be like a crown lock, but there's something about it that seems extra than all the other doors, that's for sure.
These are guest rooms.
Oh.
That does make sense as to why there's nothing, because you don't have anything in it until you have a guest over to put stuff in it.
Is anybody in here? Hello. Green room.
You open up the green room, Xaxx, and you're immediately
Um,
hit with these kind of forest-like smells. There's a small gnome in the corner, and they seem to be looking in the mirror as they're combing their hair, but
Are
they're
frozen in
stuck
time?
mid-motion.
Ah.
Yep, they're completely frozen.
Hello?
And Faulkner, as you look into this room, there is the still non-moving image of a small goblin butler with a sort of platter with some sort of vessel on the top, like a jug, and there seems to be a high elf with long braided blonde hair, and they seem to be admiring the glass, tipping its contents towards them
They
in this
still as
beautiful
well.
red room.
Are they frozen?
They are completely still.
Is there have they put any items away? If I was to open the drawers.
Yeah, you can start snooping around if you wish.
Is Faulkner a snooper? He wouldn't be a snooper.
Here we go. There is a beautiful image on the back of the stainless glass windows, framed by an abundance of red flowers and petals. This bedroom is a 5-star hotel. This is the image you
Wow.
see.
Oh wow.
Wow. That is pretty cool.
Ah.
Do you think that's the way the hags see themselves?
Maybe. Maybe that's how they used to
Or
be before they turned into
Oh, it's the
hags.
it's a cauldron. Look at the cauldron there. The one with the
Yes.
cauldron.
yeah, or maybe this is
It's the
Sibilna.
younger Zybilna, young now and old, right? We saw that before.
Possibly. I was also thinking it might be Zybilna, Charme, and Eleanor from the Vision.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, but if you think about it, in terms of the cauldron, the middle one could be Bavlana, and then the other two on either side.
maybe.
Maybe it was before they became evil and old and wrinkled.
Rodolfo does mention, ooh, this individual, this elf, has a magical rapier at their side.
Is it removable?
You try to. Lily goes over and tries to tug on it. It's completely stuck.
I wasn't going to take it anyway. I was just wondering if
Lily
it...
would.
So it's stuff that is around is fine, but if a person has been frozen, anything that's with them on their person is also frozen. We know
Appears that
then.
way. Morgul says it would appear that way.
But if you were to
Junip-
looking at like the wardrobes and that, the stuff is probably free. Like not free to take, but I mean like free to move.
Free from the spell. Juniper finally pops through. You know what? I just realized Juniper wouldn't be able to fit through that window. They could fit through these doors, but that window would be impossible.
I guess. I don't know.
We briefly put Juniper in the portable hole, roll it up, and then let them out.
Okay.
Okay, yeah,
Oh
that's
my
what we'll do.
god.
Sure.
That is
I was going to
hilarious.
have Lily see if or Samantha see if she can make Juniper small,
Oh
Ah.
yeah.
since she can make me small. But I like y'all's idea better.
That was genius. Okay, cool. There is the white door. You're standing in front of Xaxx.
Yeah. Is it the white door? Okay. I'm still staring at the image of these people. Okay. Let's go and open.
So in this one, another guest room by the looks. This one, it's blindingly bright and white, but you can see a human noble. Seems to be in a white nightshirt, sleeping in the bed.
Is he frozen too?
Doesn't seem to be snoring. So you can only guess he is.
Can I
Completely
poke
stuck
him a little
here.
bit just to test?
Yeah, he's solid.
Yeah,
Like
he's
ice.
frozen.
Xaxx, I hear that if someone is sleeping in a frozen state and you give them a kiss, it'll bring them back. There's a
I
story
give him a
about
kiss. I give him a kiss.
that.
You get a little bit of a bristled mustache tickle your nose, But other than that, you don't seem to get any reaction from them.
I guess I'm not his true love.
I guess
Oh.
not.
Okay, well, let's keep going.
Why are
There's
these?
another room.
Why are these letters very distinctly
It's,
marked?
they've got some letters that they were writing.
What do they say?
Faulkner is nosy. All right, you open up a
Like-
a letter. It is
It could have Zybilna's real name on it. We don't know that.
Are these
It is
corridors?
Here's
addressed-
Zybilna's real name.
Are these corridors like pitch black? By the
no,
way,
they shouldn't be.
because I have
Oh,
like
yeah.
5 foot of vision.
That is bizarre.
I know it might say something like "Dear Zibby Longstockings,"
It
and that's
is
her
odd
real
that they
name. No,
No, they should-
Zybilna
they
is insinuating Zibby's name.
Let me change this lighting real quick. Should have what's it called? Global illumination. Actually, no, that's correct. I think it's dark. Or maybe it's not. No, I'll turn back on. The scene contains global source of light. Yeah, that's correct. There you go. Cool. Not much better light. All right. So sorry, Faulkner, as you open up these letters, they are addressed to like family by the looks, and it says that he is an envoy from the petitioners from the material plane, and it doesn't seem to be anything useful for you here. Just seems to be talking about relations with the material plane.
I'll close it again, and I said, do I have anything? I'll apply some heat to reseal the wax.
Okay. There is. What else is there? There is in this room a bell pull mounted on the wall. It's by the door where you're standing next to, Faulkner. Which you didn't notice before until you kind of like came into the room and looked back. But yeah, there is like a little bell.
Oh. Do any of these rooms, are any of these bedposts missing? Like any of these beds missing?
No,
Golden bedposts.
You've got 4 poster beds. Then none of them are missing. No.
All right. I don't know where we found it, but I found some golden bedpost knobs.
Oh. Okay.
So
As you come along to the black door, there's no sound coming from the other side.
Open the door. Probably the same, right?
There is a abundance of goblins in here. Each one of them
God.
seems to be in the midst of dusting or cleaning, folding cloth or rearranging furniture. And one of them is scratching their head at the end of the bed, but they are completely still. They kind of like got like a raised eyebrow expression. And the other goblin next to him is shrugging. And Faulkner, as you enter the room, there is indeed 4 bedposts missing from this black bed.
really,
Yeah.
I will apply them. That's probably why they're scratching their head.
Okay, you apply the bedpost. And yeah, you can tick that side quest off.
Wait,
Haven't-
did it do anything? Did I hear any? In
No.
in game fashion, when you do something like that, something would click open or.
No, it does
No?
not seem to be part of a major puzzle, but rather perhaps you just returned what maybe some sneaky pixie had come and stolen as a shiny bauble. You do know the Fae deal in trinkets.
Well, I feel better about myself.
But yeah, all these goblins are clearly like dressed up in servant outfits. They seem to be maybe readying the room for a new guest, and so maybe the previous guest stole the bed. No.
I await when they find out that it's actually there right in front of their faces the whole time.
Yeah. They'll come back. The other one next to him's gonna be like, "What do you mean? The bedposts are right there all along. You're having me on." Okay, so you come to the very end of the guest wing here. You've got a corridor that leads to the east, or the door right at the end. And the surface of this double door is sculpted to look like the head of a cat. That's the one over here.
Oh.
Yeah, like a tabby cat. And Tarquin, as you're approaching, you suddenly hear the cat's expression turn and purr towards you. And it says, oh, why, hello there.
Hello.
Hmm.
Nice to meet you.
A pleasure. You are guests, I take it?
Yes. We are looking for. Well, we're looking to help the owner. I believe there is some trouble.
I've not seen the owner in some time. But a
Ah,
few nosy guests did try to come past here. None of them knew the password, of course.
So there's a password to open the door that you are.
The grin widens like a Cheshire cat.
Now, is this a I just need to know the password, or is there like a riddle to get the password? Just
Well,
so I'm aware.
I've grown bored of asking for the same password all this time. I've
Okay.
grown bored of no one even passing through here. I'd much rather perhaps pose a different question.
Okay. What we got?
I seek answers to more meaningful philosophical questions now. I will ask you, which is more important, intelligence or wisdom?
Ooh, that's a tricky one. I, I, I feel to some extent it depends on the situation. It also sort of depends on your definition of intelligence and wisdom. In a lot of cases, I sort of think of intelligence as like learned knowledge and wisdom as like an innate knowledge, like book smarts versus street smarts almost. So if I'm trying to pass a test, then intelligence. But if I'm trying to just survive, which is generally what I'm trying, then wisdom. So I would probably say, whilst intelligence is useful for some, I'd say wisdom is important for all. So I'd probably go wisdom.
Wisdom. It seems to ponder this for a moment.
What do you think is important?
It's a good question. I do like to hear other people's views on such things.
So,
So, Kitty Cat, what do you think is important?
they said, well, as you've said, wisdom. I will have to side on that of intelligence.
Oh, really? What makes you choose intelligence?
With intelligence, we can progress. There is knowledge. There is a sense of evolution, expansion of the mind. Can open up endless possibilities.
I do see your point, and now that I think about it, perhaps I was slightly stupid for answering wisdom, because if you're asking these sort of questions from a philosophical standpoint, you're trying to learn, so it's clear that you value intelligence.
Indeed. I would like you, though, to make a persuasion check based on everything that you said, Tarquin.
Okay.
Ooh.
However, given everything you've said, I now see a renewed value in wisdom where I perhaps took it for granted. As
Hmm.
such, I feel you've sated my searching for now.
Yes.
You wish to pass through?
I mean, I suppose to use the proper term, curiosity, they do say killed the cat, but the satisfaction of passing through will definitely bring me back.
What is on the other side?
Well, you wish to find the owner, didn't you?
Yes.
This is their personal quarters.
Oh,
Ooh.
I thought that would be the room with the nightingale door.
No, no.
Do you know what's behind the door with the nightingale on it?
A book. And that's all I'll say.
Ooh, interesting. Do you like a good
Wow.
book?
More like not a storybook. More like a guest.
Oh, like
The
a
door.
record.
Hold up. The door shuts as you try to approach it, Tanwen. I didn't say anything
Ah.
about all of you.
Oh, this is a just me can pass. Do the others have to ask a similar question to pass through, or am I the only one who can go through today or something?
You may pass.
Okay.
The others, we'll get onto them.
Okay,
I'm
I'll
gonna
just slide through. Um,
I'm gonna start passing people some crunchy leaves.
Sure. The rest of you will gather up. And then the cat looks towards you, Tanwin. Oh, so there's quite a lot of you here, isn't there? Guessing you all want to come through?
Well, we like to stay together as a group because there's safety in numbers. And also, it is both intelligent and wise to stay together as a group.
That it is. Yes, I would seem to agree with this. In which case, we'll get off that topic and ask a different question.
All right. What
Tanwin,
is,
they said your name was
yes.
Are we at the mercy of fate? Or do we create our own destiny?
I 100% believe we create our own destiny. We may be part of a larger web of life and a larger group of souls. And there may be
So,
events that are we're rushing towards a conclusion to a certain event, but I think that we choose our individual actions within it.
that is quite a stance. Um,
My, my granny
so
would
wait,
say
was
that you are responsible for yourself. And if you're responsible for yourself, then you are um, capable of making actions for which you are responsible.
so you side on that of free will, so to speak?
Yes, because if there was not free will, if we were not responsible for ourselves, then how could we hold people accountable for doing things that are against the common good? Because the argument could be made that if somebody performed an action that they were fated to do it, therefore they could not do it. And if they were fated to do it and they had no choice in the matter, then how can we hold them accountable for evil deeds?
Hmm.
And I believe that evil is treating a person, a sentient being, like they're just a thing. And that you should be held accountable for committing evil deeds.
Does make sense.
I
Philosophy.
see. But then, what if that is all according to the plan, this grand design that the gods or beings of fate have ordained.
Like I said, they may have ordained that I was going to arrive at this amazing castle, but the actions I've taken within the castle are mine. So while you may be fated in the grand scheme of things, um, in the big events, I still think the individual actions you take, even if you're walking towards a destiny, you can walk well. That you're not fated to be evil, and you're not fated to be good. It's a matter of choice, and the choices you make are what's important. And because choices are important and they exist, we must have some measure of free will.
Roll me a persuasion check there.
Okay.
And you can add guidance as now we've had Crunchy leaves.
Okay.
Yeah. 13.
Yeah.
Okay. So the door seems to pause for a moment. It says, "These are very good points. However, I see that this world has much change, or much differs from the one you are from. Here, it plays out like a storybook. Perhaps fate is more prominent in this realm than your own.
Um, even in
And
story.
the fate, much of the fate do not care for good or bad. They walk a grey line. We do not believe in such things. We have the Seelie and Unseelie courts. And we believe that there are certain things that are always fated, like the rise and fall of one's energy. Suppose you call that death from where you're from?
Yes.
Everyone is fated to die, says Lily.
But But even if we're fated to die, there are 1,000 steps that lead to the first major event in our lives, and then thousands more that lead to the next one. And each of those steps is something that we can take individually. So if even if I'm fated to die, the time between my awareness of myself as a being and my death. Those are my choices, for better or
Mhm.
for worse, um, whether they benefit other people or don't benefit other people, whether they are can be classified as good or evil. There are thousands, if not tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of those. So while I may have a fate of dying, there is so much more of my living that happens, and all of that living
Hmm.
has choices every minute of every day.
I see your point. I do. But I can't shake this thing that I read. I think it was uh one of the archfey known as Yarn Spinner's books. He described fate as this fire, this this frozen fire, and that it was almost as if it was chaos trapped, like it was trying to break free, create its own destiny. And yet, something about it was not right. It was almost as if fate had been tricked and trapped Perhaps there was such a thing as fate, but not anymore. Now we're at the whims of chaos. Now the dice are rolled with each choice that we make.
I, I still say that there can be fates, but on your
But they are
way
trapped.
towards on the way towards that end, you make choices and you change yourself and the world around you. So if you can change yourself in the world around you, even if I'm going to die, even if there was a destiny that said that Tanwen Woodward, would be at this
Would.
castle today with the people I have come to love so much.
Hmm.
There were a million choices that have happened for me and all of my friends and for all the people that are here today to get to where we are.
I see.
So there might
You
be a fate, but there are still choices of how you get there. It's like I can say I may be fated to ride the horse, but I choose the bridle and the saddle. I choose how to mount. I choose which direction to point the horse's nose towards. Do we
it's
walk? Do we trot? Do we canter?
the cat's eyes kind of widen for a moment, and then it says, "You sound like Zybilna herself, talking about horses." Zybilna loved horses.
Oh, um,
You can roll me a new persuasion check,
okay,
Tanwen.
I'll try again. I have like
You do
no
seem to be.
bonuses to that.
I know, but you're fighting for it, and that's what's
Oh
admirable.
my
He
goodness.
said, the door stops and goes, "All right. I think
How
we've talked a lot enough
I think
about
we have,
fate
let
and
me,
destiny.
let me take a step back and perhaps one of my other friends would like
But
to take a turn to talk with you.
but
And
Tanwen, you seem to, even though your fate is perhaps not to pass through this door, you seem to fervently fight against it and create your own destiny. And perhaps that has sort of swayed me. I'll tell you what. If everyone can convince me of what is more powerful, the sword or the quill, then I will let you all through.
okay,
And
so
it kind of looks towards, it
Xaxx
kind of looks
or
past you.
Faulkner? Yeah,
Yeah,
Xaxx or
Faulkner or
Faulkner?
Xaxx, you can answer this, either one of you, or both of you.
I'll take a step back with Juniper and I'll just
Sure.
pet Juniper while we are watching.
I guess it's my turn. Hello?
Mhm.
Which has more power, the sword or the quill?
I think you need to define what kind of power you're talking about in order for them to be able to answer. Um, Both have power over life and death, but only one can in and of itself um, be used to, well, I can't say be used to chop off somebody's head, but only one is sharp enough physically to significantly damage another.
Mm.
So, what kind of power are you talking about before Xaxx and Faulkner can answer your question?
Well, that is the question in of itself. Is how far-reaching is the power of a sword, whereas how much power can be used with a quill, a sort of influential piece. It is a tricky thing to discern. That is why I ask. It is not a clear cut, no pun intended.
Hmm. Why no pun intended?
I,
Puns are amazingly fun. and sometimes humor can bring enlightenment in ways that a serious talk cannot.
Hmm. I am enjoying this talk, I must admit.
I am too. So, Zach's, what is your opinion? What is mightier, the sword or the quill?
Whilst you ponder that, I'm
Neither.
gonna quickly shut down the server one sec.
Neither is more powerful. Really, it's all about the intent behind them. Hello?
Oh, yes, I know, go on.
Okay. No, it's the intent. It's the pen in the mind of an idiot is a scribble machine, and a sword in the hands of somebody who's not trained is just no better than a stick. So it's all about the intent behind it. If you're talking about in equal uh footing, I guess. So a pen and somebody with it's it's the position that's the power.
Hmm.
Pen in somebody's it's a pen or a quill, sorry, in somebody's hand. If they have no power, is just a quill. They can write whatever they want, and nobody will pay attention to them. But if a king or a queen or a ruler of some sort write something down, they can send people to war. They can cause thousands of deaths, and the sword can cause only one.
That is
My answer is going to be the sword, because the sword can still, in the hand of an idiot, can still cause pain, can still do what it's designed to do. And the quill really depends on who's holding it and the
a
eloquence behind it.
quill.
It could be.
I see your point. A sword has caused many deaths. If we go via death as a measure of power, however, the quill has signed many an order to on march to war.
Yeah, but
The quill is the instigator.
the quill isn't the instigator. The person behind the quill is the instigator.
Yeah, if you send an army with
You
a
can send
if
an army without a quill. People did it for thousands of years before writing was invented.
yeah, and if it was just about the quill writing an army to go, if the army doesn't have a sword each, then they're not going to do anything. They're just going to try and punch the enemy to death.
I mean, Tarquin can do that, so.
That's true.
But I mean,
Hmm.
the quill, they're both tools. They're insignificant.
Mm.
Just behind the
But
intent and the person behind them.
a person with a quill can't kill a person with a sword, but a person with a sword could kill a person with a quill.
A
That's
person with a quill could send others to do it for them.
I
Unless
see.
maybe there's some sort of magics that could probably,
A
uh,
quill can write spells, and spells
yeah,
can be of unlimited power.
right.
Well,
But the
almost.
quill doesn't cast a spell in that scenario,
But it scribes it. Without the quill, you would have no spell.
right? And without the forge, you don't
Ah,
have a
not
sword.
not tr- not true, because there are other ways of writing. I could prick my finger and write in my blood.
I have spells and I don't write any of them down.
Hmm.
They're
Hmm.
given to me through my faith.
Faith. Now there's a contender.
Oh God.
Maybe the question should have been like faith, quill, or sword. But I
That's not
guess
the question you asked, though.
that's a different topic altogether.
You're asking semantics. You're asking what tastes better, an apple or an orange.
Hmm. True. I hadn't considered that they are merely tools. And if you're judging via tools, I guess power doesn't always have to necessarily mean killing power. It could be the power to move you.
Protect.
And words can move mountains. They can inspire.
Mm-hmm.
They
And the
can
most
express
famous
love.
words that the most there have been famous words that were never written down until much later, and people still remember them. still just the quill is still just the tool to cause the function.
I
Yeah.
see.
It could be
Yeah.
argued that they're both tools. I mean, both of them require a will in
I mean,
order to use that tool.
yeah.
So the will, so the question shouldn't be
The
which
will
is
of the quill.
mightier, but which can be used by a sentient creature to influence more people, maybe.
Plus, you've got to also consider that if you raise a sword above your head and say a great speech, like they can take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom, that
Oh,
will
that's good.
inspire people
You should
rather
write that
than.
down so you don't forget it.
That could inspire people. Whereas if you held up a piece of paper with that on to an army, they're not going to be moved or inspired.
It is those words that
Ah,
are
but
forged by the quill.
right, but Faulkner, and you can flip that around. If you raised a sword above your lover and and uttered the most beautiful poem um, that had ever been written, it wouldn't matter. They'd still be afraid of the sword. Whereas
Depends on
if
the
you
lover.
Yeah,
presented your
some people
lover
like that.
with a piece of paper, with this beautiful poem you'd written, and you read from the paper, they would probably respond to that more. Sorry.
The door is grinning from ear to ear. Normally, I take the opposite stance to whatever the guest presents, but you've been raising points against your own, and for that I commend you. I've been enjoying just listening. I'm going to say that Xaxx, you can make the persuasion check, but you can do so with advantage, as everyone's been chiming in and going back and forth.
I mean,
And yes, you
Uh,
can add guidance as well.
you think of it this way: if we bring points against each other, then the cat can't choose the opposite one, and therefore
Yeah.
we always win.
Well, that's what the cat
Yeah.
would normally do. Yeah, is like they would just take the opposite stance, but you've been doing that yourselves, so
I can't roll a
Um,
d4 for you yet because I had to reload myself in. So just roll yourself
yeah,
a d4.
I can't roll the d4. Can I roll the d4?
I
Okay,
can do it now for you, maybe. Maybe.
I think I can roll it. There's the d4. Okay, and then persuasion with advantage. No, just straight, right?
no, it's with advantage because
Well,
Oh,
you've
okay.
basically got like the aid action from
Okay. Well, the
Tanwen.
first roll was higher. First roll was higher anyway.
That
I'll
is
take the
a
21.
success, massive
I'll
success.
take 23. I'll take the 23.
Yep,
Yeah.
I have very much enjoyed this debate. You've all rose new questions within the questions, and for that, I think that's just marvelous. Philosophy can feel like an endless depth, like an ocean with no bottom. But I won't take all your time. I'm sure you have busy things to attend to. But you've given me enough to think about for now. And with that, you see the eyes of the cat close and the door opens.
Oh, for all of us?
Yes, it did say if you could answer the
yeah.
question, it would let all of you through.
I give the cat a pat.
Oh,
There
well,
we go, pat.
you managed to
Well,
get
I
through. Cool.
I can't move myself through. It says the game's paused.
Oh. Yeah, we just had to argue with each other.
Yeah, that's always
Yeah,
fun.
basically. Debate more like. But
So,
okay, so there is a crown locked door on the right side. You have the lion and the heart. The lion one is open because you have activated the lions. The one over here on the left, that is a heart crown lock. As you try to open it, Xaxx, you just hear the distant cry of the elk.
Well, I guess then we should go in the
New
lion.
text.
yeah, I'm trying to see if I
There
can.
is a sort of smell coming from this. With your passive perception, there's like this chemical like substance in the air. just coming from the door you're in front of, but you can't see through, or there's no crack to be able to tell where it's coming
Oh, which
from.
one?
But the one you're standing in front of, Xaxx.
Oh, the
It's
one
like
I'm
this.
talking. Okay.
Yeah, it's like this mixture of chemicals and
Is that so? Maybe like
substances.
it's a what's the word? It's like it's like
An
the
alchemy
lab
lab.
Apothecary?
apothecary. Yeah.
Perhaps a laboratory, yeah.
So is this a heart one then?
Yeah, so
That is heart.
that one's heart, that one's heart, and then this one's line.
Am,
Oh, okay.
am I
Right.
getting
And the
any
line
tingling from the
are the
longbow of
lines the one that
warning?
are open right now?
That's
Yes.
right.
Yeah.
Lines are open.
And what does the one at the end have anything, Chris, or is that just a normal door?
No, that one just appears to be a normal door.
Okay.
Okay, so this is like a lab of mixing of some sort, maybe.
Well, that seems like a place where you might find a cauldron.
Oh yeah, could be. Oh yeah, could be. I thought cauldron would be in the kitchen.
That's another place. So this one, I
As you come around the corner, the room is a marble hall, and it is completely empty except for a tall mirror mounted in an alcove on the north wall. There is a cold, spectral mist that kind of hangs motionless in front of the mirror's reflective surface, and it covers the floor beneath it as well.
Huh.
A mirror wall.
Is this like how people get here?
maybe.
Like the hags?
So there's a mirror, but it looks like something's coming out of it.
Yeah, it's just sort of a peculiar mist that's just emanating from the mirror itself. As you
Rodolfo,
get closer, Tarquin, you do begin to see a reflection appearing.
any magic on the mist?
Rodolfo peers into the room and confirms there is some kind of illusion magic, but also a divination.
Okay.
And as you're looking into the mirror, you're seeing your own reflection, but it's a little obscured from the mist itself.
Okay.
Getting closer still, you can start to see perhaps the top of your reflection, and you're wearing the same hat, but there is a big pair of white fluffy ears sticking out of the top of the hat.
Hmm. Oh, hello, rabbit me. Uh. Hmm. This is interesting. Illusion, but divination.
Tarquin, you good there?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just thinking about something.
What'd you say?
Me, but not me.
Is it like when I walked into the mirror and came out as not?
Maybe?
Well, I say me when Solomon walked through the mirror, came out as
Yeah,
Nox. Maybe,
possibly.
maybe you could do that
Yeah.
if you want.
Tarquin looks at his pocket watch for a moment, just sort of considering things. Because
You
he's
see the
obviously.
reflection do this exactly the same.
Is he's gained this human form, but ever since, whilst it's what he thought was right, it doesn't feel quite there. And he's multiple times considered seeing if he could turn the stopwatch back in order to revert back. Let's see what happens, and he'll take a step into the mist, I guess. And so
Okay.
he's right up in front of the mirror. I can never remember what
Y-
one it is to do the.
The whole shift.
Yeah.
You step right up into the mirror. Your reflection steps right up to you. And to you, Tanwen, and everyone else in the room. It's almost like Tarquin merges with their reflection
Ooh.
and disappears into the mist as it seems to suddenly billow out and encompass the entire image of both of them.
Well, he's dead.
Oh.
He was a good friend while it lasted.
See. Uh, yeah, sure.
Xaxx, maybe if you stand in front of the mirror, you'll see your shadow and you can merge with your shadow.
Ooh. That is a good
Mhm.
point.
Let me see. Where's the mirror? Oh, here's the mirror. Oh wait, Tarquin
Uh,
gone? Oh jeez. Hmm.
Yeah, I
I'm
stepped.
afraid as you step forward, Xaxx, you do not see your shadow in
Yeah.
the. Or do you? I've got to double check the actual properties
Don't
of the mirror. But for
don't
now,
step in the mist.
I am going to quickly
I'm just
pull Tarquin over the other map. Right, I'm going to bring all of you down. What was you going to do, sorry, Xaxx?
oh, I'm just want to see who appears or what appears if I in the mirror.
You definitely. It takes like a while because there's this billowing mist encompassing it. And so you can't actually see your reflection as of yet. It will take a minute. And as that minute's taking place, I'm actually going to pull you all to this map.
Oh my
Right
god.
way
Oh,
back.
I remember this.
Oh my god.
Oh, God.
It's the mirror.
And Tarquin,
It's literally
you
the mirror
appear
thing.
right out of it, stepping from the mirror into the stage where you see all of the guests and witch hand carnival, like the witchlight hands. They've all gathered around you, and you can see a little. You can see Burley, you can see Mr. Witch, and Mr. Light is directly in front of you, almost taking a bow and gesturing towards the mirror as you step through it, and turning around and saying, "And for our next act, we have Tarquin, the amazing juggler and magician!" And everyone begins to applaud. There's a raucous cheer, and you can see even like Delagron and all the other friends you've made here, Candlefoot, sort of giving you like a thumbs up, like you've got this, and like
Looking
they
ab-
believe in you.
Yeah, looking about, like for example, Durlagron, do we not see that cub with them that we rescued? For
Actually,
example,
that's a good point. We will add Star.
and then
Star
Hurley
is
and
here,
Burley, because we rescued them.
and absolutely Hurley is here as well.
Yeah. Okay, so that's
And Hurley's given you a warm smile and a nod.
Tarquin looks a little confused because for a moment he thought it stepped into the past or an illusion, but now, he'll sort of look around, take a bow, and begin juggling his knives, I guess.
Okay. Sure. You begin juggling and juggling. Go ahead and roll me a performance check. Mr. White, Mr. Light takes a little side seat, watches the show. 12.
On my best.
It's not. It's just there's something not quite right about this whole setup. You feel a little bit clumsy as you're moving around, like you don't feel right in your own skin, and as you're trying to grab things, it's almost like they're hitting something invisible as they're getting knocked into things, and you feel like you've got two left feet. Quickly trying to save your performance from being just a total subpar thing. You see the otters, or sorry, the ferrets take stage with their little chariot, and they do a little a little ring around the mirror, and as your eyes kind of follow them around, you get a glance back into the mirror, where you see once again that reflection of you, but clearly as a white herringon.
Well, me, what do you think we should do here? Because it's not the first time I've spoken to myself on this stage. Or are you not going to speak? You're just a reflection. Mirror Tarquin on the stage. How do I make the audience not get enraged?
You hear a voice come back from it, but it is not the same voice as it was before. When you heard them, they were copying you and being like, no, I'm the real you. I'm the real me. But this time it comes back and you hear this croaking and low-pitched voice. What do you mean? It's your own fault if you mess up your performance.
How?
You might recognize the voice.
Yes. I sort of look for a moment and just be like,
You can't look for me for help.
no.
Or
but...
or do you wish for a little intervention? We could make a deal, you know.
Let me think on that for a moment, and then he's gonna spin Widdershins once and look back into the mirror.
Yeah, don't do that.
If you're gonna try to pretend to be me, you should at least work on your vocal work. I mean, you've got a very distinctive voice.
Wait. How did you know? This doesn't feel right. You can see the reflection looking around in the mirror. Zybilna's mirror. You found it, did you?
Perhaps.
You see what's missing then.
Yes.
It tilts its head from side to side. But you thought you had what you were looking for, didn't you?
Yes, but it seems that perhaps what I'd really lost was an understanding of who I am or what I am. And I thought it was something else. But instead it's not. It's what I was the truth. And yet the truth was hidden. Almost in the mist, as it were.
I hate these parts. The part where the hero suddenly evolves and becomes something new.
No, yeah, we've all got to grow and advance, Bav.
No. We should remain stagnant.
And
Evolving is too much effort. It's pointless either way.
And
you're still going to sink in the mud.
True, but if we don't strive for something better, then what's the point of existing? Perhaps your lack of motivation is why your mother prefers Zybilna over you.
What? What did you say? Ah! It reaches towards the mirror and you can see it's pressed up against it. This is clearly enraging her. This isn't over, Tarquin.
Oh, I know.
You may know what you're missing. But now I know exactly where you are.
Good for you. But that just means that I know you're coming, so I can get ready. And I learn. You don't. I
Wow.
grow, you don't. And
You see it
now,
as her eyes bulging. There's like a slight crack in her skin.
I think it's time to get back on with the performance, and then he's going to do exactly 3 Widdershins 12s and then just give them like finger guns as if to say.
Okay, sure. The image of Bavlorna seems to pull away from you, and as it does, your image becomes clearer and clearer. And let's see, I can't trying to find where your image was. It's gone though. I've lost Bunny Tarquin.
Ah,
But
you had it on the previous screen.
yeah, it's gone now. Let me find you. There you are. This one. There's Tarquin. The true Tarquin seems to appear in the mirror. And whoop, did I not
I
click
can't
save?
see them.
I didn't click save. Of course not. There's one. There's two. Now for my own magic trick. I transform Tarquin into a rabbit. There he is. Okay, that's better. You can see it now?
Yep.
Cool.
Tarquin turns around and looks at the audience. Now, we've all heard about the classic trick of pulling a bunny out of a hat. But have you ever seen the magician go in and the rabbit come out? And then he's just going to try to walk into the mirror again and hope that it works.
Okay, sure. As you step into the mirror, a swirling mist envelops you once again. But this time, it doesn't feel like it fills your vision. In fact, it feels like a clarifying mist, like an illuminating vapor that pushes back all the doubts, all the worries, all the uncomfortable feelings, and you can smell this sort of fresh truth in your mind. Your form was that always of what you saw in the reflection, what you believed yourself to be, but that nagging doubt, that stagnating, non-changing poison had been dripped into your key, your lost thing that had been in the presence of Bavlorna Blightstraw, the one always stuck in the present, never advancing into the future and never looking into the past. Well, now you're looking into the reflection. It is your past, but you're also seeing beyond your present and realizing your future is one of no self doubts, one of self belief. And Tarquin, as you push through the mirror onto the other side, there is a massive round of applause that you can't see yourself. You can only hear it in the distance. Your perfect performance, your perfect trick, the one that basically is the centerfold of the stage, and yet you don't see it. You sort of just hear it, and you're like behind stage now. You feel like you're already behind the curtain and back into the palace. Which let me find you. And you can only dream of the day when you return back to the carnival and perform that trick for real and not in this sort of make believe illusion. But you've got the self belief now. You know you can make it happen. You know you can make the big top extravaganza the most memorable event in everyone's hearts.
Mm-hmm.
And as Tarquin emerges from the mirror, you see him in his old form, or is it his new form? Whatever it is, it's the Tarquin you remember.
I swoop by, grab him into a hug, and drag him by, and I'm like, "You're back, finally!"
Yeah, it seems I am. may have pissed off Bavlorna in the process, but they're what a hag's for.
You look.
Hey, we
you look,
are.
Oh, you look so much better.
I
you look
feel
so
had-
weird.
That is incredible.
I feel better. And just for the sake of it, because I've not been able to do it for a while, Tarquin is going to move to one end of the room, and then he is just going to rabbit hop all the way to the other side of the room because he can.
Yes, because he can. Absolutely.
Tarquin, I have a question.
Mm.
Are you permanently like this again, or are you gonna be like a Faulkner or Nock, Talia?
Well,
Like are you
well,
gonna be in like back like switching back and forth?
that would be a very fun trick to play with, but
Well, Rodolfo does say, well, your compass is glowing with magic.
I think
Not your compass, your stopwatch, sorry.
I think I certainly might have something that can do that,
Pocket watch.
but for now, at least, I am confident in who I am and who I always have been. And I feel like moving forward rather than staying stuck in what Bavlorna wanted me to think.
Could you imagine finally going home as a human?
Yeah,
Family probably wouldn't recognize you.
it would be weird. It would be odd.
Which is a fair point. When did you last go home?
It's a good question.
Was it? But was it when we first came to the carnival together?
That was probably about the last time, yeah. But we
Wow.
tend to. My family tend to leave home when we're young and find our own path. You know? It just seems that maybe in my case I got a little lost.
Well, maybe we should go home at some point and have a visit.
Yeah.
I didn't return because I was half of what I should have been.
Yeah. I cannot move this new token, by the way, Chris. I don't know
Oh,
if that's...
right. That's not intentional. Oh, you're currently a Witchlight hand. That'd be why.
Ah,
Witchlight hand?
so
Yeah,
does the token just need updating?
there you go. Try moving now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, cool.
Rabbit hop!
There we go.
You were
Morgort joins in. Does
You
a
were
little bullywug jump.
You were herring gone, but now you're herring here.
Yep. So this mirror seems to be important. It's actually, from what Bavlorna said, it's Zybilna's mirror. And in my case, it revealed what I was missing. Or at least allowed me to find what I was missing, I suppose.
Oh.
And understand that. I don't know if it will do the same for others. I mean, perhaps that was what my true desire was, if it's the mirror of Heart's Desire or something, but...
That's why I was. But Xaxx, you
As you say that, by the way, if you say Mirror of Heart's Desire, it flourishes with an abundance of magic.
Ah. I think I might have guessed this mirror's true name.
That's the name.
Xaxx, now that Tarquin's out, why don't you stand in front of the mirror again and see if you see your shadow?
Yeah, as
Oh.
Tarquin did emerge from the mirror, the mist did disperse
Okay.
a bit.
All right. I'll
Okay.
stand in front and see what happens.
Okay. Xaxx, then, as you approach the mirror, you do see the reflection of yourself, but it's darkened. No color. There is only shadow staring back at you.
I'm gonna
Just a silhouette of your form.
give you a little tap of guidance in case you need it.
Does it do anything? Does it suck me in?
No, it doesn't.
Do I get join?
It seems to
Yeah.
show you just a very accurate representation of yourself.
I'll walk
As you get
into-
closer, the mirror does, of course, reflect the exact opposite. But as you get right up to the mirror, Xaxx, you try to enter into it. The mirror, it feels solid. It feels like it's not going to allow you to just sort of disappear into the mist. In fact, if anything, it's like the mist sort of repels you suddenly. But it's not something quite right. But I will actually ask you, Xaxx, what is your heart's desire right now? Because we already know that perhaps Xaxx isn't just looking to reunite with his shadow, but rather you want your shadow to come to you. And there's something else perhaps you want more than that as well. And so I'm going to ask, what is Xaxx's heart's desire? Is it his shadow?
Is
It's
it your
not.
pie tray back?
It's not the pie tray. It's not the shadow.
As it changes from your shadow into what you truly wish.
I have the knowledge of my past, but I don't have the memories of it.
The image
It's like I read it in a book, but I didn't experience it myself. Right? I don't have the emotions that go along with it. The experience themselves.
The image changes from the mirror. The mists almost form into two incredibly huge, draconic creatures. One you absolutely recognize. Their moonstone reflection in the mirror is staring right back at you. Whereas the other one, this more purplish scaled creature, is looking away from you, is looking off into the distance, and their wings are outstretched as if they're gliding into the horizon.
Yeah. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Don't know if you remember me.
Your mother's reflection seems to lean forward closer as if listening intently, but they do not respond.
I know you're out searching the stars, searching for each other. But I'm hoping you might be searching for me a little bit later too. I'll see you when you get back.
Oh.
The mist of the mirror recoils back, and the shapes of the dragon seem to dissipate slightly. And you're just left staring back at your own reflection for a moment.
Who's next?
Um, Rodolfo?
Um,
Rodolfo, let's
I
find out
think
all
it's
the secrets.
no. I think it's best Rodolfo stays very clear away from the mirror.
Ah.
Uh, they thank you for the offer, though.
Oh, that wasn't an offer. No, I'm kidding.
Oh no.
Find out you're evil.
If you wish to, Faulkner, you can stand in front of the mirror and
Oh.
describe to me what Faulkner's or even Nox, Helia, and Solomon's heart's desire is. Because I imagine as you stand in front, you don't see one reflection,
See,
but
oh,
rather you see all four of you standing together
yeah.
side by side. And s- yeah, you can describe what else in addition to this.
Well, I guess he's got what he was desiring to come here. So it's what he would be desiring afterwards. And it's probably like a scenery of um what Solomon promised Faulkner, and it's like a festival of the seasons sort of going on in the background, and there's all four of them stood there. But so is everybody else.
Awesome.
So is
Like
Xaxx. So is Tarquin and Morgott and Rodolfo and Tanwen.
a whole party. Not just your whole party, but the Carnival Cards and expanded.
Yeah,
And
and
it's an autumn festival or just
it's all of them. It's
a
it's
combined
it's like
seasonal festival.
yeah,
That's cool.
and everybody's dressed up, all nice
Which
and
means you get the best of all worlds.
yeah.
Doug can be
So
wearing
it's an
his very
incredibly
finest top hat for it.
so it looks like an incredibly happy scene where everyone's together. There's this festival that it seems Noxtrada has hosted, and everyone's invited.
Yeah.
You can almost close your eyes and hear the sounds of merriment and joy that this final ordeal is all over and you finally got some time to just spend together and enjoy life.
There's igloos in one section, there's pumpkins in another,
Beautiful.
there's swings made out of vines and big
Excellent.
big sunflowers. And everybody's there and enjoying themselves.
I forgot to mention, we'll say that you get it from this as well, Tarquin. Seeing such a welcoming festival with all your friends there fills you with inspiration. And
Yay,
Tarquin, you gain inspiration.
I can
Yeah.
finally
But,
have inspiration.
yes, you
Oh
can.
yeah. That's
Yes, you can.
I've probably done in my opinion, I've done so many things that should have earned it. I haven't been able to get it. I now think if Tarquin was to look back in the mirror after this, he would just see himself with that mimic chair and it's just scratching his back, giving him fatigue. I want that chair.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Well, I like that little image of
Yeah.
the Faulkner Festival.
I
That's
feel
cute.
I feel like the warmth and the coldness of everyone else, as if there's like a big hug on Faulkner, as the others to say that the other three kind of agrees.
And look, I've even put them in order of
Yeah,
the
you did.
seasons. Wait, is that right?
Yeah.
Summer into autumn to winter into spring. Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect. Ah, that's cute.
I found this image, which is Four Season Festival logo.
Well, that's cool. Nice. Well, seems like Faulkner really just wants to get back out of here and out of the Feywild and set up their own little festival.
Yeah.
Wait,
Where,
did the reflection just move?
where everyone
They're
can be
walking out
happy.
of the mirror.
Oh, that's me. Where everybody
This
can
one's
be
you.
happy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Including all the
Lily's
people he frees from the mask.
as you break away from the reflection. Lily, who's been following you, steps up to the reflection instead.
Just sees all of us but dead.
You had to take the words out of my mouth, didn't you?
Is that
Yes,
actually what did it?
Lily is here, standing over the bodies of the carnival cards with a bloody dagger in their hands. And they look back at you, and grin.
Is that really what you want?
What you really, really want.
They look back at the mirror. Maybe in the past, perhaps. I really did want to be the bad guy, but you're also interesting. That it would be a shame to kill you all.
You could, if you really wanted us to die, you could wait till it happens.
The reflection, the image of that reflection starts to zoom out, and you realize all of the bodies begin to sort of melt away into like changelings.
Oh.
And then there's the actual reflection of the party in the background. And they're all cheering at Lily.
Oh.
Silently. Appearances can be deceiving.
Huh.
Best not to think about it too much. They hop back up onto you and sit precariously close to your neck.
Don't worry. I'll make sure that you end up in the coffin with me. You'll get to see me die one day.
It says nothing in response. Just silent.
Just be as creepy as Lily.
You know,
That's the way to deal with her.
seeing your vision, Faulkner, does
Yeah.
give me an idea for a way that, because we just the Witchlight Carnival is fantastic. I've enjoyed working there, but I can't see myself going back as like a permanent thing to it. But I would miss the stage. I'm wondering if maybe we could set up some sort of like 4 seasons carnival or something. Like,
You think you weren't going to be a part of that? Of course you were.
like I like the idea of like not just feasting, but like games and performances, like something to make even the Witchlight Carnival look like
Well,
second rate. Like,
that's the idea. You'd be doing
yeah,
the tricks on stage. Tanwen would be teaching archery. Rodolfo would be teaching magic. Xaxx would be cooking magical food.
Morgott can teach swimming.
Yeah. And
It's out of character. It's funny that you mentioned a 4 seasons place for performance
Hmm.
because literally tomorrow I'm going to work in a theater. Well, we're going into theater for work, and the theater's name is the Four Seasons Center for the Performing Arts.
Oh,
Nice.
wow. That is a coincidence.
that is well, I've actually had this wrote down for a while anyway.
Yeah.
Oh.
If I survive to the end of the game.
Yep. And then Glister and Gleam are, of course, welcome to join me on the stage, and we can
Yeah.
the sun, the moon, and I can be the stars.
Yeah. And then
Sounds great.
we could partner up with the Witchlight Carnival and they could like
Mm-hmm.
tag on because they only come about every so often.
Yeah. That could be fun.
Juniper approaches the mirror
Okay, this
and an
happens.
illusion appears. Very large cube shape. And then you start to see it. You can even smell it as a
Oh,
gigantic key lime pie appears.
oh my god! Really?
She paws at the reflection, nearly knocking the mirror back,
I think Juniper
but
might
then
be
realizes
hungry
it's.
again, guys.
Oh,
Can you make a
She looks
good
back.
lime rather
Looks.
than a good berry?
She looks back towards Tanwen. Tanwen, do you have any food?
they said be right back 7 minutes ago.
Oh,
But they
okay.
probably have a
They,
good
I
berry.
think they've got another good berry.
They probably had plenty today already, but you know what? They have another one anyway.
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, that's this room for the moment. Tam, we can always look back when they come
Right.
back.
Then the only other door we can get through at the moment is the one at the end before we look at the heart lock. So let's have a look at that. Oh, I feel so much. Ah, I don't know how humans do it. Feels so much better.
You definitely feel like you've got the spring back in your step.
Yeah. Yeah, I can now.
Unfortunately, there's a heart lock on this door.
But this end one should be.
The end one, yeah, that one doesn't have a lock. Let me check.
So I can now bonus action leap 60 feet. It's insane.
Xaxx?
I'm gonna do something when I'm waiting for everybody to leave the room.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh,
All right,
Fa-
Rodolfo.
Faulkner was coming over to see if you were okay.
Yeah, you're in the corner. Xaxx. Falconer's approached.
Yeah. You okay, buddy?
Yeah, it's just
A little intense?
it's selfish
What is?
what I thought of. My heart's desire was selfish, and
mean,
I'm
isn't
not sure I
everyone's?
liked it. No, not yours.
Well, I
You
want,
wanted everybody together to having a good time together, and I wanted something for myself.
but if I'd looked in the a few weeks ago, I would have been looking at something completely different, and that would have been selfish. It's just you haven't got what you need yet.
Maybe,
It's
but I'm not the only one. That's the thing.
I,
I made a promise, and I'm not keeping it.
and what
It's
was
not
that
even.
promise?
I pull out my moon medallion. She's giving me everything.
Who did?
I don't know. She's giving me everything. She's giving all the healing that you get, all the fun things I can do, the treats I can make. It's all her.
Mm, okay,
I'm nothing, and
don't be silly.
she doesn't even know who she is. I don't know who she is, and I've put myself ahead of that, and that's not right.
I'm a little
That's
confused.
why. That's why I'm not. That's why I'm not rejoining with my shadow. That's why I can't try to reconnect with my parents. Who, by the way, those were my parents.
Yeah,
Um,
uh,
but I need to. Once we're done here, I need to refocus and get on. Find out what's happened to her.
well,
I used to be dedicated to her. I used to be looking for the signs, and I got I got distracted.
you clearly are still dedicated. I mean, you still look up to the moon every time it's out. You still have that medallion. That you can have more than one desire, and sometimes your desire just changes depending on what you need right now. And right now, you need to find your shadow so you know how to get your memories back. Once you get your memories back, your desire can be the next thing. I mean, what happens when I get that festival and everyone's there? What will it change to then?
To me,
No, I mean, like in terms of mine, once I get the festival, what does it change to then? Maybe I'll have a different desire. It's all
yeah,
about focusing on what's next.
but it's I get it. My priority needs to be somewhere else. Maybe the order needs to be changed. Maybe I need to focus on getting her memories back, and then I can focus on getting my stuff back. Because we know we know where my shadow is.
Yeah,
My
but
shadow's off with obscurity, doing whatever it is they're doing,
yeah, but how
and
can
they're
you get
okay.
how can you get someone's memories back if you don't even know who they are? You need to get your memories back so you know who she is, so then you can get her memories back. That is the point of order, I would think. And you can still want your parents in the meantime. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not selfish.
Still feel guilty.
And that's also part of life. Everyone has guilt. But yeah, let's focus on getting your memories back.
Well, okay.
We do that, you can then move on to the next thing.
Right. We gotta one thing at a time.
One thing at a time, one step in front of the other.
Maybe I'll be as good as you one day.
And maybe one day I'll be as good as you.
You're already twice as good.
We could go back and forth all day, but
Yeah, with that, I think that was a touching moment.
Yeah, I'll still trail behind, and I'll just whisper to the medallion, "I'm sorry."
The
How about
medallion, that medallion, the one you're talking about, the one you started with, right?
Yeah.
That one pulses slightly, but then you get a more fervent sort of thrum and hum from the stirring dragon touched stone that you also possess. That one seems to glow or brighten even more. And as you remember where you got that, of course. What was the one your mother gave you?
Is that the one my mother gave me?
The stirring dragon touched focus is
Yeah.
the one from her hoard of treasure that she was resting
yeah.
on and sleeping on for God knows how long. But yeah, that one also glows. Okay, so as you head back into the corridor, you see the rest of your allies have reached the end of it, and Tarquin, as you've most likely investigated this door, it doesn't seem to have a lock on it or any kind of face or anything like that. It is, it does depict like it is extra, but it doesn't seem to animate or anything. It's got like pictures of cats. There's pictures of bats on it as well, and you can see there's even skulls interworked into the design as well.
Okay. Well, considering that this is supposed to be Bavlorna's room, this
Bad
being
Lornas.
not Bavlorna, Sibilna. Sorry, get right, get my
It
names
could
right.
be maybe Zybellin's real name is Bavlorna.
Unless that's one of the other doors, this one might be it. Maybe so, or maybe this whole thing's her room. In which case, she's got an entire room for one mirror. That's fairly impressive. Anyway, he's gonna hold his dagger up and sort of listen at the door to make sure there's nothing ominous on the other side.
Yep. Yeah.
By
Okay.
sound.
Probably a perception check. That's pretty good. You can actually hear voices on the other side. They seem to be two talking back and forth. And I guess it would go something like this. He didn't send us to lounge about all day. We should really get on with our work. And the other one says, well, you go look. Ugh, I'm relaxing, and it was bad enough getting teleported. I'm just gonna get comfy. These pillows are incredibly lush. He never gets us anything like this. Maybe he would if we completed his task. And it seems to be going back and forth like that.
Kind of want to do this, but I don't know who they're on about. I'm just gonna put on what I hope is an authoritative voice and call through the door. I hope you two are getting on with the tasks I assign and not lounging about, otherwise I'll be most displeased.
They almost look at each other. Well, you can't tell what's
Yeah.
going on in there, but you can almost hear like a laughter. Like, what? Who's that?
It was worth a try. I'm coming in.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. They say it right back at you. I didn't expect a herringon.
Honestly, up until about 5 minutes ago, neither did I.
And your big ears are eavesdropping on us, I take it?
Well, I was mostly just doing it to try to make sure that there was nothing that was going to instantly try to vaporize me or something as I came in. And then I thought I'd try to play a joke on you, you know. Kind of what I do, performance, but I didn't know who you were talking about, so I just went with
Yeah,
what
so we're
voice I
getting
could.
used to the tricksy Fae in this area. You never get a straight answer out of them, which is exactly what we're looking for. As you look around this place, it is a spacious bedchamber. It's lightly furnished. There is an oval mirror in a black wooden frame mounted on the east wall, and there is a chess set with a jet and bloodstone playing pieces resting atop an octagonal table in the southwest corner, flanked by two comfortable high-backed chairs. There is a four-poster bed with black silk sheets and drapes in the middle of the room. That's where you can see the two creatures, because they are lounging on the bed, and they are each with the lower body of a lion, and one has the head and upper torso of a woman, and the other one has the head and upper torso of a man.
Which means if these are what I think they are, then this is a very dangerous encounter if this goes wrong. But, well, you're looking for a straight answer. Maybe I can help.
Oh, yes. We're looking for the whereabouts of a certain witch.
And which witch is that? We've run into 4 so far in our journeys through Prisma.
Well, Prismir is the exact topic and what would determine what they're known as here. So, for Prismir, that means we're looking for Zybilna.
Ah, wait, that means you know other names for her. That's interesting. Okay, so I've got some good news and bad news depending on how you feel about Zybilna and why you're looking for them.
We understand there's some sort of spell or something has gone awry.
Yes. Now, I'm guessing as you're looking for them, you're hoping to talk to them or take them somewhere, so you want them in a healthy living state. I'm guessing so they can go somewhere.
Exactly, that would be preferable.
Right, so from our understanding...
Our master misses them dearly.
Who's your master?
They look towards you and raise their eyebrows. That's not important.
Is it someone known as Time?
Time? No.
Is it... What was the name of that wizard with the weird eyes? Zagig? Is that it? From the vision.
Zygeek? Yes, that's it.
Ah! Well, at least I know those two are on friendly terms, so seems okay. So from what we understand, I'm just going to be as straightforward. Apologies for talking about. I was just trying to gauge whose side you were on. Zybilna has been trapped using time-freezing magic involving their true name and an unicorn horn.
Oh.
We are currently in the process of trying to release them, and we're finding clues towards that, but we kind of don't have the true name. Because doesn't seem to be Zybilna.
That's quite a lot.
We believe it also
Have you
might involve
actually
a
tried
cauldron.
freeing them?
No, apparently it involves a cauldron in somewhere, and we've not found the cauldron yet.
And the true name.
And the true name.
Have you found Zybilna yet?
No. But there are some places we haven't been as of yet, and we have found some weird creatures that seem to have, like, Zybilna's memories or something, and we're trying to piece those together to try to find more information.
I see. Well, we would be very appreciative if you do find her whereabouts and report it to us. We can't return without... We simply can't return without at least knowing that.
Now, have you been here before by any chance? Just out of curiosity? Or is this your first time?
We had suspicions that they might be here, but we really needed proof that it was actually her. So, problem is, a lot of the doors are either locked or barred by some strange talking cat.
Yeah, we managed to get past the talking cat.
That's coming from a strange talking cat, by the way.
Yeah. Yes. So you're trying to verify that Zybilna is who you think they are?
That's right.
Okay. Does the fact that based on the memories they owned or had a familiar called Black Comet help?
They look towards each other, raise an eyebrow, and look back at you. That is a clue as to who they are. Yeah. But the female one speaks up and says, "But lots of people could have learned who their familiar was.
True.
After all, they are just a little demon that maybe other peoples have learned their name.
Okay.
The familiar might be in service to many witches.
So you work with Zygic, right?
Right.
What if I was to tell you that the person who we've been seeing in these visions did something with Zygic, and I know what that is?
You can roll an insight check, by the way. Wow, I forgot you have +9.
Yeah.
What the heck? Okay. They seem to be blinking a little bit rapidly as you're saying this, almost as if they're not quite sure what you're talking about.
Okay, so that might not be one that you're aware of.
Uh,
Hmm.
Not just that, but they didn't seem to want to divulge who their master was at first. But then, upon saying Zegig, you remember them saying, "That's the one."
So maybe that's not their master and they were lying? That's what you're saying? Well, I suppose they're lying, so they're lying. But they're on the bed.
And they are lying down, and they are lying on the bed, yeah. Well, this might perhaps become more obvious as you describe the scenario.
Okay, let me just think of another one, because that one might be a bit much. Okay, this Sibilna has, from what we understand, 4 sisters, but not by blood, or at least not directly by blood. Not quite sure how that works with hags.
I see.
They were trained by the Mother of Bones.
They fit the description of who we're looking for, but once again, we're going to need proof before we can go back.
Okay. What would you consider as proof?
I suppose if you could find their servants somewhere around here.
Okay.
Someone who actually worked closely with her. If we could gain their sworn testimony, that would
Like a
work.
butler?
Yeah, that butler was
Right.
probably who I was thinking about.
We saw
Yes.
some goblin butlers or something, right?
Well,
Or anyone who handles their personal affairs,
well,
that sort of thing.
that's the interesting one, Xaxx, because I was just thinking as we were coming into it that there's one person we haven't seen that's meant to be here, because the others outside said they saw some butlery type, but I don't think they described him as a goblin who told them to wait. So, and they could clearly, at least for a while, move about still. So
we've got to
see.
find a way to call the butler.
Yes.
Other than that, the other female one speaks up and goes, "Oh, what about that book they wrote? They keep that on their, well, they keep that in their possession. I doubt another archfey would have been able to steal it. What with all the, rules of ownership."
We do know that there is a place in here where there is a book, but in order to get to that place, we need to
Really?
know more about Sibilna. Could you tell us one of the other names they're known by, perhaps? Or that you think they would be known by, I guess.
Very well. Well, hold on. First of all, this book, by the way, you're certain that there's a copy of the Faceless Lord here?
I can't say for certain what the book is, but it
If
is...
you can find a copy of it,
Yes.
bring it to us. That'll be proof enough.
Excellent.
It's one of her known unpublished work.
Yes, because there is a room which is locked behind a door that we can't open at the moment that apparently just has a book behind it. So I'd imagine it's an important book in some way. And some very good unpublished work with a name like that sounds like something you'd keep behind there.
Speaking of importance, just who are all of you? Are you important?
Well, I am the monarch of Witchlight, Tarquin. These are my group, the Carnival Cards, with our subsidiary of Carnival Cuisine, I believe we settled on. We've got Xaxx, Rodolfo, Glister, Gleam, Morgott, Faulkner, Tanwen, Juniper.
All right, that's way too many names to remember.
Dad, if you want to remember one, you can just refer to us as the Carnival Cards if you prefer.
Understood. Well, you can call me
David.
Nemestrata.
Close.
Did you say demon?
I said David.
Oh, David. And this is Trizian. Nice to meet you. So you're servants of Zybelna, or?
No, we're we originally came to Prismir because we had stuff stolen, and then we're sort of dealing with the Hourglass Coven hags. But Rodolfo here was asked to come rescue or help Zybelna by someone. I'm not actually sure who. The details on that bit. But yeah, so we're outside help, but on Zybelna's side because we think it's what's best for Prismir. Because anything's better than the Hourglass Coven at this point in time.
We're private contractors.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Oh, that's not too dissimilar from us. We too are here on a sort of a mission, if you will, but just finding Zybelna is all that really matters.
Yep.
And proving that it's who we think it is.
Okay.
You sorry, you think it is? I might have missed that. Who do you think it is?
Oh, a long time acquaintance of our master.
And your master is?
Oh, Zagig? Zagig, was it? Zagig, yes.
Okay.
I just sort of glance over to Xaxx for a moment, just like,
Huh. I'm catching up.
Yeah. If you don't mind my rudeness, and I realize this is probably should be obvious, but you obviously know I'm a Harengon. You've obviously sort of done that, and it's clear what most of the rest of us are. Can I just confirm what you are? Just because I'm not sure, and I just want to...
It does seem forward, doesn't it? Well,
I mean, you started by stating what my race was, and I just...
We are Lamias.
Lamias. Okay. Not what I initially thought. My brain went
What did you think?
My brain went sphinxes originally.
No, we didn't bore you with any riddles, did we?
That's true. That's mainly one of the reasons why I questioned. You weren't being
and we didn't make ourselves out to be better than you. In fact, we're much the same. We're here on contracts, sort of missions.
Yes, exactly.
We both have a problem with locked doors.
Well, if you're looking to see what your heart desires, there's a mirror in the next room where you can see that I don't know, that might give you some information, and the door's currently open.
A mirror, you say?
Yes.
That's okay. We already have a mirror in this room.
What
Yeah.
does this mirror do? I've been staring at it.
Rodolfo whispers to you, Volkner, that there is no magic on the mirror.
I mean,
Oh,
well, we shall. Let's. Anyone else got anything they want to ask these lovely lamias?
no.
I'm sure if you find some other way to prove who she is, then that will also suffice. But the butler and the book is the two that we can think of.
Right. I suppose, other than having Sibylna come here and confirm herself.
That would be ideal.
Wait, isn't this Sibylna's quarters?
Yes, it is.
And you two are sleeping in her bed.
Well, not sleeping in it, but on it, yes.
Are you
It's
dirtying up
comfy.
her bed?
No, of course not.
And by
This is
dirtying,
just
you know what I mean.
it's just a cozy bed, that's all.
Okay.
Do you have any swords?
Swords? I have a dagger.
Okay, just be careful with that.
Oh, sure. Sure. I'll try not to roll on it.
Yeah.
Now, off you go, everyone. Go fetch that book or butler for us.
Hmm.
Right.
Bland evening.
Let's continue looking. This door at the bottom appear locked in any way, Chris?
Oh, that's just a balcony over there.
Ah,
Feel free to look through it.
that might give us an idea of where to. Okay, it's just a balcony. I wonder if
It's
it's
just,
always so stormy and turbulent out here, because otherwise this would be quite a nice point to just stand and see things.
Do you want me to go change the crown over?
Oh yeah, you could just fly up from here, couldn't you?
I mean,
Yeah, and
if you,
then we can do the other two rooms on the way back then,
yeah,
and the
that's an
one in the
option.
and the
Or,
one and the one in the central spire.
I mean, you've used your abilities quite a bit. I could. Do I think it would take me longer than 2 minutes to get there and back?
No.
Also, we took a short rest. I should have all my key back. That's a good point.
It would take you. It's only 350 feet away.
Yep.
You could make that back.
Right.
Yeah, what, 700 feet? You can do that in a minute.
Right. I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
You'd have to be quick.
Yep. So Tarquin is stepping off the wind. Actually, Tarquin, in order to save himself, no, because then I would drop slightly. Yeah, because slowful. Yeah. So Tarquin is gonna bonus action leap 60 feet, and then
Sure.
he is then going to step off the wind and fly dash.
All right. Tarquin zooms off over the tops. And as you're flying over... no, you're good. You don't see any sign of the Jabberwock. That's
a good sign.
You saw them, but you can land into the Heart's tower, quickly fetch the crown. You've already got him a flower crown, so you've done that work ahead of time. And the Heart readily accepts. So Wrath readily accepts the crown back on their heads.
Right.
And with that, you hear a resounding cry of the elk throughout the chambers as all of the doors in this entire palace begin to shift and unlock. Meanwhile, the lion heart locks all close with a defiant roar.
Oh,
Right.
I'm going up here first.
Okay, real thing.
Yeah,
Xaxx, as you guessed, there is the remains of a apothecary. There's potion bottles shattered and smashed all over the tables and workbenches, and through the window, actually like breaking out and into the room, is a massive thick vine that is coiled around and knocked all of the apparatus onto the floor.
Oh, maybe. Well, maybe this is what the plants around the outside of the building are from.
Yeah, as you get closer, you actually see that it hasn't just busted out of the window, but it actually starts in here. You can see right in the corner there's some sort of like bottle or urn that it was contained in, and that's shattered open. And this beanstalk is just simply spread all the way out.
Oh, is there anything? What's on the table? It's all broken on the tables.
You can make me an investigation check to sort of see if there's anything salvageable.
Boop. Guidance.
Oops. So
5,
5. Oh,
2, 7.
2. All right. You find a broken oil burner. You find some grimy glassware. There's a jar of pickled fungus.
No, I'll take that.
Okay. But other than that, you can see with that the beanstalk, as long and thick as a constrictor snake, has sprouted out from that unstoppered potion bottle, and there's bulging bean pods hanging from its stem as well.
No. Can I take one of the bean pods? Can I try to like
Yeah, you
pick it off?
can. Yeah,
Can I eat it?
sure. Yeah, it's well, yeah, you can eat it. Um, okay,
Oh.
hold on. As you eat this, you're just eating it straight up. We know what happens. Xaxx, you feel a magical rumbling inside your belly, and before long, Xaxx suddenly enlarges into a full-sized giant Xaxx.
Oh my god. We
Uh-oh.
need. How many of these bean pods can we take?
Oh, God.
Guys, I'm huge.
Can we take some of the more of these bean pods?
You can attempt to
Hell yeah.
make me a survival check.
Yeah. Give myself a bit of guidance as well. I'll be like,
Just also gonna make a note that again, nothing bad ever happens when I eat stuff.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. 16.
16. There's another intact bean pod. You can have another. Yeah, basically they act like a potion of growth. But the other ones seem to have like either cut or hit some other potions that have just suddenly
Ignore that.
broken the
I don't know why I did
pods.
that.
But here you
Guys,
go. I'll put a potion of growth on there.
if we need to fight the Jabberwock, imagine if I took this while transformed into an owl.
I was honestly thinking give it to Juniper, Giant Alba versus Jabberwock for round 2.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
Juniper's back, and this time she's back bigger and better than ever.
Amazing. So one sec.
It's a potion of growth. I call it bean pod.
A bean pod of growth.
Yes.
Add it to my list.
So when you drink it, you have the enlarge for. Oh no. Roll me a d4, Xaxx.
Doesn't it last like an hour?
We'll see.
Or like a minute?
2 hours.
2 hours.
Yep.
All right.
Wow.
Who wants to be carried? I can carry everybody now.
I imagine Xaxx took not just a bite, but like swallowed the whole thing.
Oh yeah, swallowed the whole thing. Like just
Yeah,
popped in like a candy.
It's it. All right. What else is around here? You want to look around as well,
Yeah.
Faulkner?
Yeah, let's have a look around.
Okay, you can either give me a perception or an investigation check.
I'm gonna go over here
actually,
and pick up Tarquin.
Let's get more guidance.
Oh god, you're huge.
Yep.
Oh shit!
Oh shit.
27. All right. Okay. There are some things that may have fallen off the table, didn't break, but rolled underneath it. And so as you're kind of like leaning down under the table, you do spot right at the back there is a familiar-looking red potion.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that's not familiar, but still.
I imagine like I'm getting rid of certain
see this.
parts of the vines by beginning the withering process in certain places.
This actually is not a red potion. Apologies. It's a strange one. It's a weird transparent liquid, and floating in it is a sliver of fingernail. But it doesn't
Ooh.
look like a regular sized fingernail. It looks like a massive one.
Oh,
Oh.
Like,
I have character. Hmm.
you might know what that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, Faulkner is you got a 27. You also look high up as well. And on one of the shelves right at the back, there's a little rack, and in it, freshly brewed test tubes of 3 healing potions as well.
hey,
Just
Xaxx,
just regular healing potions.
Ah, yeah?
do you think you could grab that from the top shelf over there?
Yes, I can.
Yep.
No, no step ladders today.
I'd farm whip it, but I don't want to break them.
I
Okay.
grab
So
whatever he's pointing at.
So
you
we'll
got 3
let
potions of healing to distribute.
yeah, Xaxx can hand out the potions of healing. Then he's the
Because
cleric,
we got some from the last encounter, didn't we?
and I
You did.
Yeah.
So I've
can
got a
I get
potion of great to healing on me at the moment.
can I get Rodolfo to identify the fingernail potion?
Sure. They take a sip, and you see suddenly Rodolfo bulk out. Just for a brief moment, they're like busting out of their shirt, their muscles inflate, and then suddenly they kind of deflate like a whoopee cushion a second later. And they say, this is a potion of giant strength,
Oh,
but
nice.
judging by the fingernail, perhaps heal? Heal giant strength?
Um, does Juniper look stronger than that?
No. But I don't think they would get much up from it.
That's what I mean.
A heal giant strength would give you 21 strength.
So we'd up
Hmm,
Juniper's strength by 1, but it wouldn't actually buff them at all.
would you
Right.
benefit from it, Tarquin?
I probably wouldn't because I use Dex for everything, but it might be useful if we need strength for something because all of us suck at strength.
Or
What about
Morgott.
Morgott.
Morgott. They have 16 strength. Yeah, they could
Yeah.
absolutely use that.
I'll hand it to Morgott then.
Okay.
So I have 3 of these. I think I'm gonna take one of these this time.
Yeah.
And then who didn't get one last time? I think Rodolfo. Did Rodolfo get one? Rodolfo's always getting injured. I'll give one to Rodolfo, and I'll give one to Tanwen, who also gets injured a lot. I think
Okay.
Tarquin has the bigger potion from before us already.
Yeah, and I normally have the healer be anyway.
I knew the healer, but yeah.
He's a bit tapped out at the moment though.
Yeah. Right, so giant
Last one?
Xaxx. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ooh, what?
Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell a blood of a rabbit. Tasty.
Hey, you're getting as big as an actual dragon.
Okay, so make sure that everyone dragged a
Oh.
healing potion onto their character sheet who got them. If you want, I can.
I don't know how to drag it onto me though.
Okay, I'll help out. There you go, Xaxx. You've got one. Who was sorry?
Tarquin. No, sorry, Tanwen and Rodolfo.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll
And
do one
I've
for
already
each of
added the
them.
bean of growth.
Okay. Bean of growth. That's one for Rodolfo. Second one.
The what?
Yep, they got it. And one for Tanwen. Have we got Tanwen here with us?
You back, Brandee?
I think she may be on the phone call.
Yeah, she might
Okay.
still be on the phone call to like
All
her
right. No
daughter or
problem. Okay, so then this room. This door has roared open, and inside is an incredibly vast chamber, but ominously sitting in the middle is the only thing of real note. This is a bizarre looking stand, and each stand is at a different level. And on the stands are 3 empty looking bell jars. Well, I would say they're empty, but there seems to be like a mist inside again. Though they're kind of unclear as what they are, but you get closer and you can probably make out now, Faulkner. On this 3-level mahogany table, the gleaming bell jars that are resting on the tables at separate tiers, each one seems to contain a visage. And as you get closer, you can see past the mist to what those visages are. They are pictures or visages of, well, a young woman with raven black hair. The second is one with white, kind of graying hair. And the third is of a sickly, monstrous, you could say, even looking hag, complete with hairy pimpled and crooked nose, and their long ears are even growing out from behind their graying hair.
And we don't
But
recognize these?
to complete the image, here is what you see.
Oh.
Oh, the middle. Oh. All 3 of them have the marking.
You do see a marking on their cheek. It is that of a chicken's foot. You try to rack your mind as to when you've seen this before.
We've seen this before.
Yeah,
But in one person.
the time we saw it was in the photos, portraits.
Yeah, but
In
the
the portrait.
only one. It was only one person that had the chicken foot marking,
But
and it was the
There
black
were
hair.
more.
It was
There
the
were
black
even
hair,
more.
right?
There are even more occasions than that.
yeah,
Yeah.
If you want to try and remember, I'll allow an intelligence check,
sure.
and I'll
That-
even roll one for
we
Rodolfo.
we potentially seen in all the visions, thinking about it, or at least some of them.
Damn, I was really hoping Rodolfo would roll higher.
14.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
What
roll
was-
for
what I was-
when I was
no.
there.
Yeah, sure. Tanwen can roll.
And
Oh, I was going to give you other extra ones, but for now, the ones that you remember
no, that
are
was
the
the
ones.
wrong roll for Morgoth, but wouldn't matter anyway.
It's not letting me roll. I'm doing it manually. And 9 for me.
Wow.
Yeah, the ones you mentioned are the ones that you remember.
So in this case, I'm wondering if this is like that stained glass we saw earlier, and it's all the same person,
Yeah.
just at different stages.
Oh. No, sorry, that's 7. That's 6 for me. I have
Okay.
+0 to intelligence. I thought
Never mind.
I was
then.
reading the wrong thing.
I still think all 3 is Zybildner, and it's like the good, the bad, and the neutral sort of thing.
I still think it's past, present, future.
We
What you think that Zybildner is
well,
gonna become evil at some
It's
point,
no,
or
it's-
haggish?
it's like aging up. Like it's when she's young, when she's now, and then when she's older.
I mean, we don't know
Like
much
or
about
like
the origin of hags.
or maybe it's like the possibility of what's gonna come in the future.
Because
I still think it's like a morality chart.
um
Welcome back, Tanwen.
I would say it's probably, correct me if I'm wrong, it's common knowledge the whole thing of hags trading deals for like people's children, right? That's like a common thing that most people would know.
It is, yeah. They often
Yeah.
involve deals where you might give over your firstborn.
I mean, I'm wondering if it's possible that when that's because there's always more hags, but it's not like you ever see a couple of hags that make a baby hag. So I'm wondering if maybe hags aren't born, they're made, and this is showing what Zybilna was like before and then later in the process. But that's...
Well, didn't Rodolfo tell us about that vision where there was like a young girl coming to Baba Yaga?
Yeah.
And like that's maybe Zybilna, right?
Yeah, so that'd be
So
Zybilna, and
that's
then
like yeah, they're not born, they're
made.
taken or kidnapped or something. Or traded or
And
found.
then maybe they become like this in the future. After all, she's called the Mother of Bones, the Mother of Hags, Baba Yaga, so maybe she literally is the person who turns them into hags, and it's some sort of...
Yeah, she's their trainer, their drill sergeant, you know?
Yeah.
Unless,
Give me your firstborn child and I'll turn them into a hag.
unless Zybilna doesn't have children, and the one with the black hair is Zybilna. The one next to it is her mother, and the one next to that is her grandmother.
Could it be a mother maiden crone thing?
Maybe.
I still think it's the same person. It's a tattoo. It's not just a mark. It's a, I don't know. All the hags are different in their own way, right? Lorna and Scabatha, and they're all different in their own. They have their own style, their own, sense of whatever.
I just,
I think the
Rodolfo,
tattoos.
Rodolfo does get closer and says, there is a magic of divination on these jars.
Yeah,
Could
so
you,
past, present, future, possible futures.
could you identify these?
Oui, I could attempt to.
And then maybe that'll tell us more about what it actually is.
Oui, I will do my best. As they touch the jar, it is a touch spell, identify. The visage changes. Suddenly, you see a young boy with red hair and wearing quite the noble's little outfit. And in the middle jar, you see Rodolfo, as he is now. And in the third and final jar, you see an elderly looking Rodolfo with there's still a shock of red to their hair, but there's something else about them. Their eyes are like black and dark, and you can see there's this sort of smoky, almost like smoky brimstone of fire surrounding them.
And that's what
Hey.
happens when you murder a bunch of children.
Yeah, look, see, this is a morality chart. You've got Rodolfo as a kid, where he's all nice.
Innocent.
You've got Rodolfo in the middle, where he's neutral, and then you've got Rodolfo when he's evil. And that's what you're going to become.
Or it's just Rodolfo in the past, Rodolfo now, and Rodolfo's possible future.
Yeah.
Has anybody else touched it?
I'll touch
No,
it.
not yet.
I'm going to touch it.
Okay. Faulkner, the strangest thing for when you touch it,
It's short circuit.
being
Don't have a
well, being a fey creature, yours appears as though you just see you see Faulkner in the center. That much is obvious, and I guess in the first jar, you see an acorn, and in
What?
the last, yeah, and in the last spell, you would see like a giant, like massive tree, like an oak tree.
God damn it! Why is it in every single one of your campaigns, Chris? I become a tree.
The jars seem to be having a difficult time identifying what you are, perhaps. I mean, Fae live for a very long time.
And
Maybe it's an interpretation.
Was I
Okay.
born as an acorn?
well,
Do I
isn't
have
You
it?
want to try,
parents?
Tarquin?
I might as well give it a go.
Is my parents a tree?
Ah,
Question so much now.
3 images of Tarquin appear. The small little baby bunny rabbit from the carnival, as you remember him. And then we have the human Tarquin in the center. And then we have Tarquin as he actually looks now. Maybe just a little bit older looking.
Oh
But
wow, Tarquin,
No,
you don't
like
have much-
evil version Tarquin, like blood all over
Hmm.
his face and
no,
blood
no,
on his
none of
teeth.
that.
no, this
Wow.
isn't Watership Down.
it's it's yeah, it's past, present, future.
You know
Yeah,
what this means, though, right?
but the middle
This
one
mean-
wouldn't quite be present. It would be sort of present, but slightly in the past.
Or maybe
And you remember, Tarquin? You are no longer in the present. You've broken away from Babylon's curse.
Yes. I am
And
no
she
longer
was always
part
in
of
the
the present. Yes.
No, you are only the past and future.
you know what this means, though, Tarquin.
Yeah.
This means that you're already your older self, and you're going to be the first one of us to go.
No,
Oh no, that's awful.
no, it just
Okay.
it. Well, I hope you have a tremendously long life.
I think Lily is rubbing off on me.
Okay, I want to touch it and see if there's an evil Tanwen. Maybe it's a
You
human
see,
thing.
you see the little girl Tanwen from the carnival, and in their arms is Samantha, and then you see Tanwen as they are now, with Samantha on their shoulders, or in their backpack, and then the last one. Oh, and each one, yeah, you would see in the first one, there's like maybe like a little dragonfly following them,
Mhm.
and then the second one, you see a big swarm of both wasps, bees, moths, and dragonflies. And in the
And
final one, you can hardly see Tanwin. She's just covered in insects. There's just an entire swarm of dragonflies
she's
just
being
This
eaten.
is
filling
so
the jar,
cool. This is
and
so cool.
butterflies.
The nature spirits are going to thrive. I love that.
It looks like you're being eaten by all your swarms.
Not the bees.
Xaxx,
Yeah, I guess I might as well give it a try too.
this could tell you
I'll
something about your past, maybe.
I'll touch the thing.
Okay, giant Xaxx um, carefully waddles over, douche douche. As you touch the first one, an image of Xaxx as you
Ah!
remember him from the carnival. There he is. The second image begins to transpire. It is a smaller Xaxx, albeit, but it is Xaxx. And then in the final jar, something else entirely.
This is what I was waiting for.
Xaxx and everyone, you see the visage of a gigantic winged dragon with amethyst
Amazing.
Wow.
scales. There are floating scales and stones surrounding your head and tail all the way down.
You
This
forgot something, Chris. He'll be wearing a chef's hat and a chef's gown.
absolutely, yeah,
And he will
sure.
have a giant fork in one of his hands.
Wow.
Well, so I'm just going to get slightly older. Tamwin's going to be covered in insects. You're going to become a dragon, and Faulkner becomes a tree.
Yeah, one of us here had
And
the coolest glow up.
I mean,
Rodolfo
Anyone gonna
gets
say
evil?
Rodolfo gets Black's evil? Like, also just let's not forget about that. But yeah, I turn into a
Black.
dragon, or I am a dragon. But yeah, I just like become dragon.
Maybe you have been a dragon this whole time and you're just trapped in this humanoid form. After all,
Maybe.
your parents are dragons, right? So it makes sense.
And you look amazing in the future form.
It's almost like you were dragon born.
Oh,
And Xaxx, quite large and clumsy at the moment. But I'd like you to make give me a dex check, just straight
Just
dex.
Straight
Yeah.
deck.
I shouldn't even ask for this roll. They're gonna do it anyway. Okay. So as you like effectively turn around,
Oh no!
You
Did
knock-
I break that? Did I knock it over?
you knock the bells of glass, and you see the dragon within suddenly roar, spread its wings, and woof, lift off the bell. It's almost like half of it was knocking it, like disturbing it, and the other half was almost as if the dragon's form wants to take flight and burst free from its cage. And as it does that, the mist spills out and across the floor in this area. And I
Ah.
need everyone here to roll initiative.
Of
Oh
course.
no! Are we fighting me?
You're fighting something. Mm,
I'm going dead
Wow.
last.
I'm actually
I
quite
had
disappointed with that
advantage.
initiative considering I get a +9.
I rolled a nat 1.
okay, Morgoth's here as well.
Wow. So did Juniper.
Oh my god. Morgoth rolls for Morgoth. Morgoth rolls again. I was rolling for Morgoth there.
Oh, I rolled. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Yep, I thought they'd be up first. Okay. So. Xaxx, as you see the mist spill out across the floor, the image of the dragon does dissipate entirely. And for a moment, it's this cloudy vision surrounding you. And then you suddenly feel it right up against your head. I'm gonna make this with advantage. I'll try to. Okay, I had to hit either way. Slamming into your head is like this force unseen. Look around, a bit dazed from whatever that was, and just as you whip your head around, is when. Let me check. Slam. I think it slammed you from the other side.
What is it? 'Cause it's not on the map yet.
Nope, you cannot see what it is.
Wow.
Xaxx, you take another 10 bludgeoning damage. And already you're looking pretty battered, as whatever this was, the force is enough to send you flying from one side of this room to the other. And you're just being battered. It just looks like a ghost has grabbed a hold of Xaxx and is just hurtling him around the room. Let me see.
That's not good.
No, we're good. Okay, and then, yeah, it doesn't get... It gets worse. Don't know why we started with Rodolfo. It is odd. Rodolfo, who first effectively touched the jars, also going to get a little something here. Why am I not rolling with advantage? I don't know. Rodolfo takes 6 bludgeoning damage there. And then again. And then another 12 bludgeoning damage. Yeah, we didn't crit on anything. Okay. Whatever is happening, Tarquin, you can see your allies being battered around, and this mist seems to still be sort of swirling around and on the floor, but doesn't seem to be taking any forms. But it is your go.
I will move to here, I guess, considering it was struck both my allies, and I will swing at the mist. Where hopefully it is if it hit both of them.
Okay. Sure. You didn't see the mist swing at them, but the mist is spilling out on the floor.
Yeah, I'm just sort of swinging into the sort of misty area.
Okay.
I didn't mean to do the extra 5. I don't want to apply that every time. Way versatile.
Can
thing.
you roll that again?
Yeah, I will do. Just
as you will actually be swinging with disadvantage.
Yep.
Damn. Okay. Somehow feel some sort of resistance in the air as you're swinging,
Yep.
and whatever it is you're fighting, it doesn't feel like it is the mist. It feels like it's the air that was maybe carrying the mist, because mist itself is simply just water vapor.
Yep.
And now that's kind of dispersed across the ground. Whatever that was, it was something that was manipulating that water to create those images. And now it's free, and you can feel it right now, almost strangling you. But you swipe through it, and you definitely feel something kind of like push back against you.
Okay. Well, that's attack number 1.
Okay, that's another hit. So that'd be another 11 points of bludgeoning.
Yep.
Are your attacks magical?
Yep. Well, this is with
Okay,
the staff
cool.
of striking. This is.
Which is also a magical weapon.
Yep.
So it feels as though the staff of striking is like pushing back against something as well. In addition,
And
you can see it like for a moment just like impact something, but it's not a clear image from whatever it is.
And then my bonus action attack, I'm gonna just try to lightning punch it.
Lightning punch.
Okay, wow, jeez, even with disadvantage over here. When you're hitting it, Tarquin, you can feel it all around you from every angle. It seems to be pushing in on you, and then that electricity sends it sort of reeling back. And for a moment, everyone sees like a brief outline over Tarquin of this creature that's been electrified, and then zoom, and then it seems to like pull back into its invisible form, I guess. But it's just you only could see it because the electricity was arcing through it.
I've hurt it, at least. Whatever it is.
Okay. Gleam rushes to here. I can't attack what I can't see.
Just stay back, I guess, for now. And
Yeah,
if you can see it, then throw something at it.
I've got my hand axe ready. Xaxx, you're up.
Okay. I am going to. We need to find out what we still can't see what we're fighting, right?
Nope.
Nope.
You cannot see. Feels
Okay.
like a ghost or like a poltergeist just sent you hurtling across the room.
So as my action, I'm gonna cast on who's next to me.
Rodolfo.
I can touch everybody
Sure.
because I'm big.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reach over Rodolfo. No, no. I need to see them. Yeah, I'm gonna cast See Invisibility on myself.
Ooh.
Oh. Okay. Do you want to hit that into the chat for me? I would like a little gander of that. You can see invisible creatures. Okay, well there you go. That's all I needed. The creatures surrounding your allies, most notably Tarquin, because you're in their square, is some sort of elemental creature comprised of air, and it is swirling around with great force able to pick you up and hurl you across the room. The creatures you are seeing looks like this.
Ah, fucking thought it
Oh.
was.
Hmm.
Yeah, they got like mean-looking faces, that's for sure. They clearly wish ill intent against your allies and yourself. And there's one on Tarquin, one right next to you, and the other one is still spilling out from the jar on the ground right there.
Can I point in the general direction of where they are and just say there's one there,
You can, yeah.
and then I will bonus action use my harness divine power to gain back a spell slot,
Oh, nice. Okay.
and that's my turn. I'm gonna stay where I am.
Uh, Glister says that they'll also hold the door in case they try to get past you guys. Falkner, you're up.
I am going to use a charge of the Ring of Shooting Stars.
Can you target a creature you need to be able to see them? If it's that kind
I
of
am
effect.
going to use one single charge. I'm sorry about this for Rodolfo and what's it called? To use not consume.
Very far.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm good.
try and illuminate
Yeah.
them.
Do you want me
For
to
everybody.
roll it
Alright.
for Rodolfo? Because it.
Yeah, roll it.
Yeah, Rodolfo. No, it's just these two.
One of them failed, one succeeded.
Okay.
Oh.
Which one's which? The bottom one failed. So this one is lit up
Like a
right here.
Christmas tree. Well,
What color do you want them to be?
They would be because it's from the ring. They would probably be like sparkling with little stars
Okay.
like an autumn
because it's from.
sky.
Well, yeah, it comes from the ring. It's not from Faulkner.
Gotcha. Okay, and anything else?
That's kind of all I've got. That's my action. I don't think I have a decent bonus action for anything yet. No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
In
it.
that
Sorry.
case, then. In that case, then we'll go on to Rodolfo. They can see one now, so they could attempt to go for them, but they would
Yeah.
have disadvantage if they went for an Eldritch Blast here.
Because they've got one threatening them.
Have they?
Yeah, because they've
Yep.
one on Tarquin Square, basically.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
We could try and move out the way.
Seeing what they have as a.
Although if they have disadvantage and they give an advantage, would that cancel out?
It
So it'd
would,
be-
yeah.
So
Yeah.
it'd just be a flat roll, so. But I would assume Xaxx would have. Because Xaxx pointed at them.
Yeah.
Rodolfo would
You know,
not.
there's one here. You know, there's one here.
What does. I guess, yeah, I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast this one, which would be flat
Okay.
because advantage, and then not.
Oh, that hits. Force damage as well,
Mm-hmm.
which does seem to be effective against this creature. As you see momentary, like, openings in the fairy dust and sparkles.
And does Rodolfo as a warlock have anything they can do as a bonus action? No. I'm just checking because I've not overly familiar with their sheet. No, I think
Normally
that,
it's like a hex, but
yeah, but they've not got any spell slots left, and
mhm.
the only non-thing they have then is conjure elementals, but that takes a full minute to cast, so
Okay,
that'll
let's
be
not worry
them.
about that then.
Lily.
Lily should be just after you, actually.
Oh, okay.
But anyway,
She gonna do grabby hands. Did it miss?
um,
No.
you should have advantage on that
Oh,
one.
should have advantage. I
Mhm.
don't know. I can't not click the other one. She still misses.
Ah, they're still missing.
Well, I tried.
This one seems to lift itself up off the floor and out of your reach.
Lily is just underneath, like trying to jump up and grab,
Okay.
like a little kid.
Now, this one will fly over the top of Lily's head
No,
and go for you, Faulkner, I think.
how dare!
It will slam into you. And it hasn't got advantage this time. So
Haha.
it actually ends up missing because you can see it coming for you and you're able to duck out of the way as its full body whooshes into the wall and like disperses. But then it coils round and then tries to come up to your throat and strangle you to death.
Oh no!
Oh
Oh,
no! Just a 4.
I
You're
just
still
throw,
able to go.
I just throw a bunch of leaves in its face as it comes at me.
Yeah, it's just completely unsure which is the leaves and which are you. Oh man, damn. Well, that actually
Would it
that
provide
was a bad
attacks
turn
of
for it.
opportunity from us?
Wait.
Not from you guys because
Okay,
it flew up and over.
that's fair.
Samantha, no, you're not on the turn. Are you? Tanwen is up.
Okay. Can we tell if this is water vapor or just air currents?
It appears as though it is the air. The vapor is sort of fallen to the floor over here, whereas the actual air is now very visible. This is the only one you can see, Tanwin. A
Okay.
glittering, sparkling outline. But Xaxx has pointed out the one to the right and left of the party as well.
Okay. Then if it's air, I am going to light my torch. I'm going to
Mhm.
move up and I'm going to swing at it with an improvised weapon and see if the uh, the fire from the torch um will put it.
Okay. You feel a great amount of air displaced above your head as you're charging forward. Something just clearly took a swipe at you. But
Okay.
you managed to dodge it.
Okay. So how do I do improvised weapon with the torch to see if I can disperse it?
Okay, so let's have you roll a d20 and then
Oh,
add your strength or dex. So it'd be
okay.
like a d20 plus 4. I think it. Actually, I don't think a torch is a finesse weapon, so it'd probably just be just your strength. So it's like a 15, and you're not proficient in unarmed, like improvised weapons, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay,
But I'm
so
hoping
14.
that
Well, a
if this is
14 hits. In fact, you'd have advantage because it is lit up with glittering light. So you could even try to go for a crit. So
sure.
roll another d20. Can't believe these guys have such low AC.
Mm,
Okay, so your 14 is a hit.
okay. So how do I roll damage on an
Okay.
improvised weapon?
An improvised weapon would normally be like a d4, but you're
Okay.
using like a torch, right?
Yeah, I'm using a torch to see if heating up the air around it will rend
Mm-hmm.
holes in it, or at least will disperse it, or you know,
Okay.
because my first thought was to use the dust of dryness, not the dust of dryness. Um, if it was water vapor, but since
I'll let
it's
you
air,
roll a. I'll let you roll a d6,
okay,
and you'll see how effective it is. Okay. So you deal 5 fire damage to this thing. It's improvised fire damage. It definitely burns up the air a little bit, but it's not a flammable gas by any means. It doesn't just light the whole thing on fire. If anything, you see it quickly swoosh around, almost in an attempt to blow out the torch. But it doesn't seem like it's any more effective than, say, magical weapons just swinging at it.
okay, all right. Then I'll shout out my findings to the group and say, fire seems to impact it, but it's not killing the critter, and that'll be my turn then.
I mean, you do have a second attack.
I do have a second attack, but if it's not going to respond to fire, it's not going to respond to the dust of dryness. I thought about casting web, um,
Probably
uh,
not
but
these.
since I've already lit a torch and attacked, that's a weapon. Um, the only other thing I can do is cast fairy fire on the other guys, but I'll have to wait till
That'll
my
be a
next
full
turn to
action.
do that.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
that's fair.
Okay.
So I
All
don't
right.
know that I have anything else I can do.
Just hit it again with your torch. It's better than nothing.
Okay. Yeah. If
I'll
I'm
allow that.
allowed to do so.
I'll allow
Okay.
that. Yeah, you can
Uh,
take a second swing at it.
D4 or D6?
It's
You want
well,
me to 20.
D.
All right.
Yeah, roll a d20, and then roll again because you could crit.
Oh,
Yeah, just roll it again.
all right. So D20 roll.
Okay.
It
This
figured out what I was doing, and it is dodging.
absolutely. In fact, at this point, you can hear it actually speak, but you probably don't have any understanding of what it just said. Unless anyone speaks Auran.
No.
Nope, didn't think so. You just hear this kind of gusty shiver in the air, and immediately your torch snuffs out, as if it just robbed the oxygen around it,
That makes sense.
and that's gonna end your go. It's Juniper.
Well, Juniper sees Sparkly Thing and sees Tanwen attacking Sparkly Thing, so can't really position in a way because the squares.
Yeah, there's a lot of big creatures in the way.
Wait,
Wait,
can a large creature occupy the same space as a medium creature?
No,
It's only
no, in
tiny.
this, yeah, if it's tiny, I think.
maybe he can move up to Xaxx and then hold his action
Where did
until he can see
where did
something.
where did Xaxx point out the third one roughly?
Right next to him.
Juniper perhaps seeing that the air swung at Tanwen as they went past there, because I think they got an opportunity attack. Will
They
attack
did.
that spot, I guess, for this turn.
Maybe it can flap its wings and blow the creature away from Xaxx.
Possibly. I don't think Juniper counts as magical for the purposes of this, unfortunately.
No, I'm afraid
But
not.
still, solid roll. Less solid roll. But 18, probably half to 9, unless they're immune.
They definitely felt something, and Juniper is very confused as to what's going on. But
Yeah.
She paws at the air. Seems as though she's feeling something out. Okay, Morgott. Ah, yes. She's outside of the moment. She can rush into the action though.
Yeah.
Have her look about and I guess go for Freya.
She could even attack from here.
If
Oh,
you
yeah,
wanted to use the glaive, but
Oh yeah, no. Let's see what her new sword does.
Oh. Okay, so you got to use a bonus action to light it up,
Yeah.
and then you can use Nightwind, the flame tongue longsword, as a weapon. So target this.
Oh, it
and take a
says
sw-
that
oh,
the target is 10 feet away for
Mm.
some reason.
It's because you got this one targeted as well.
Oh, that's probably why.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see what this does.
you have advantage, so
Oh, oh my god! It has animation.
Advantage though.
Yeah, roll it again.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
better.
that's a hit. Oh, the
Ooh,
animation looks sick.
Ooh,
wow.
15 damage, fire and slashing. If only this thing was able to bleed, it'd be even better. But Morgott,
she
nonetheless, is getting good hits in.
does she get
she
multi-attack?
is.
Yeah,
yes.
she does.
Yeah. Yeah, Morgott's a bit of a beast.
Ooh. I'll roll a d20 just in case.
Okay, now another
you go.
strong hit. The fire, this one is almost unescapable. The burning of fuel, its life essence is just burning away. And yeah, you can already see it sort of in the air, its outline, sort of diminished to about half of what it once was. Okay, very nice. Back to the top of the round then. Okay, Xaxx, you're still here. But you can see it now. Um, it's gonna slam at you.
With disadvantage.
I think it's just flat now.
No, I actually the first roll should have been a disadvantage. Should have been a flat
Displacement
roll
cloak.
because I'm displacement cloak.
Right. Okay. So you are.
So this is at disadvantage.
Okay. 17 would miss.
17 misses.
All right. This creature is almost like you not only it can't hit you, but also you're eyeballing it and you're able to see the creature. And as it's trying to swipe at you, it's almost like you're instinctively dodging or bringing up your shield to deflect its blows. And it notices this and begins to waft itself away and around to here. I guess Juniper can have an attack of opportunity.
But Juniper
Um,
can't see it.
That's true. Never mind. Cool.
Yeah.
Um.
That works.
Okay. So it comes around to here, and begins wailing on Faulkner instead,
Why?
because you got a spell up. Oh no, that's a crit. You take 15 points of bludgeoning damage, Faulkner. I need you to make that Constitution saving throw.
Ow. I'm
Oh,
good.
That's
so
a, that's a
close.
success.
Is
Okay.
it? Oh
success.
yeah,
that's a
yeah,
success.
success. Yeah, I was thinking it had to match the damage then for some reason. Brain.
That is a 22 on the second hit, as it has advantage. I didn't crit, but you take another 8 points of bludgeoning, another DC 10.
How many attacks does it get?
Oh yeah, that's two. That's one too many.
Yeah.
That's apologies.
I could say I already
All
did
right.
one on Xaxx.
Getting carried away. But there is more to come, anyway, because the other one's right up. Actually, the one next to Tarquin. Punch the living crap out of this one.
Bring it on.
But it doesn't
air.
care. No, it doesn't want you. It's gonna go for Faulkner again.
Wow.
They
Yep.
really don't like your spell.
No,
Wow.
your spell is their kryptonite. I need to get rid of it. Okay, sorry, that's advantage. Yeah, that one's gonna hit. I missed, would have missed, but thankfully you don't see it coming. slammed up against the wall. Your head cracks against the marble,
Oh no.
and with that,
There you go.
it dazes your head for a brief second, and you're unable to keep concentrating. This creature is no longer illuminated. Disperses the glitter, becomes invisible again. With that, you know what? It'll send its last one anyway at you. just for good measure. And again, it speaks in this Auran tongue. Wow, I missed though. Even with this, even with advantage, you just hear its frustrated cries. Horace. Sounds like gasping of air. That's it. Let's just go. We're down to Tarquin.
Right, so there was one here because it was glowing, so I don't know where the other one went exactly.
They are all next to me. Pretty much.
So Tarquin's going to go to here. I'm going to target that one, which I can't actually target because I can't see it. But, yep.
Ooh. Can you get it in time?
Why isn't that? Oh, there we go. Alt T. Right. Let's do this again. Everyone else seems to be favoring fire, but I'm in a lightning mood, so lightning staff attack.
Ooh, holy crap!
And
I like it.
You know what? I don't like
Yep.
these things. Let's use this thing special. I'm gonna burn 2 charges to add in an extra 2d6 of force damage.
Oh,
Which
damn.
It only rolls one of them for some reason, so I'll just roll the other d6. I can only see one for some reason. Did it do both?
It did, yeah. You rolled a 3 on the other one.
Oh, okay. But I don't know. For some reason that disappeared. Maybe because I
It definitely took it. It went from its health down and then down again.
Attack number 1. Let's go attack number 2.
These things you're realizing are pretty damn hardy, but these blows are. Oh, wait, did you get that with disadvantage as well? Damn. Okay. All right. Thankfully, the glitter showed you where it was. And that's all you need to know. So, macking around this air, you can feel it. Just this weak little tiny gust trying to stay aloft.
Right.
Barely
Flurry
holding
of
on.
Blows for this next one.
Oh, God. Oh, my lord. I think you have to roll a 4 to miss. That's insane.
Ah,
there we go.
My first miss.
That's what I said. Roll a 4, damn it.
Do I have any... I know, just... Do I have anything to get a boost on that? Don't think I do.
Don't worry, I've got it. Gleam says... duck. Oh, yeah, an axe flies past your head, Tarquin.
Oh, I kind of wish I
Like
could use my
missiles.
reaction to just catch it from it.
Yeah.
But I know it didn't actually hit me, so I can't, but that would be great.
Xaxx, you're up.
Okay, I've been going back and forth on what to do here.
You
Let's
can
not
see them
be
all
around.
still, right?
I can see them all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not be around me because I am
So
surrounded.
they're all right there. Yeah, you're surrounded, huh?
I'm gonna get myself out of here in a moment and just, yeah. Everyone is surrounding me right now.
And this one
You're
looks like
within-
they're on complete like this one's on death's door, Xaxx.
Yeah. How's how are these two other ones doing? This one and this one.
This one's hardly injured. And this one's just a little bit injured.
Okay.
So, can we see him, or are we just seeing him on our screen because Xaxx can see him?
Yeah, this
Does
is
he
Xaxx
cast-
POV.
Okay.
I'm gonna come up and I'm gonna try to, try to grab this one that's at the
Grab
door.
them.
I don't. Yeah, well, I'm like, I'm trying to inflict something.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah.
So yeah, going to try inflict wounds, and
Right.
I'm gonna bump it up a little bit to make it a little more potent. So hopefully it hits.
Ooh.
Does.
Ooh.
Oh god. 28 points
Oh.
of necrotic damage. Yeah. As you try to grab it, of course, your hand sort of wafts around inside of its body, but that's enough for the spell to suddenly take hold on it, and the necrotic energy rushes over its form, and you just see the air sort of peter out and vanish. Its form is heavily diminished.
Okay, and I don't have much I can do on a bonus action, so I'm gonna be spending my bonus action trying to point out exactly where these two at the door are.
Okay.
And that's the end of
Yeah.
my turn.
The Callista is up. Right here, and she takes a swing at it with a club. Oh my god, she hit.
Wow.
Wow.
Just minimum minus. Oh
Minus
god, my
1
shoulder.
damage.
Oh, my
It heals
shoulder.
it.
Oh,
How do you
oh
do
god.
minus 1 damage?
She does a
Negative
minimum of
strength.
1 damage. All right. Oh, sorry for that.
That's
Hey,
crazy.
she did something. Okay, Faulkner, you're up. She did do 1 damage.
So I am going to Misty Step. Yep. And I'm just going to do the same thing again.
Turn around and wait. I'm afraid you can't Misty Step and Fairy Fire
I'm
in the
using
same
using the
turn.
ring again.
The ring is still a spell, though.
Oh, is it like a
Yeah.
Oh,
It still counts as casting a spell.
oh does it?
If you had
Uh,
Phase Step, you could do it that way, because that's a class feature, but I think you've used those 2 up. 3 up.
I'm just gonna run then.
You would take 3 attacks of opportunity.
I would.
Don't. I'm going to cast Fairy Fire on my turn.
Oh yeah.
So if you want to hold your action until you can see them,
Yeah. Okay. I've got nothing though. I don't really know what I'm gonna do without hitting any of my allies. Because as I said, you're all surrounding me.
Then you'll have to pick something that doesn't.
Or do.
Or 2 and worry about consequences later. Choice is yours,
Be
but
be the Rodolfo you want to see in the world.
Oh, fuck.
just call lightning on yourself.
Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
You
Fuck.
you could turn into a tree.
I am gonna. Yeah, I was thinking that actually. Or turn into a black bear. I'm gonna turn into a black bear.
or if you turn into a giant owl, you can see if you can blow them away with your wings.
I did not think about that. How big is this room?
It's massive. Look at the size of it. It's probably one of the biggest rooms. 60
Would
foot
it
across.
would it fit a giant owl?
Yeah, it would. You wouldn't
Like
be able to get
the massive giant owl that
down.
you described?
You would fit in here.
Sure, let's do that.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Push everybody out of the way.
It would actually kind of push people, it's true.
I'm gonna bolster myself.
Oh, God. Where did I put it? I'll have to find it. Hold on. But that's your action, right?
Yeah, it'll have to be my action.
Okay then.
There's just nothing I
Um,
can do when I'm surrounded by
yeah, that's no
allies.
problem. It'll be Rodolfo after that. If
Yeah.
someone could help me take care of her turn.
Rodolfo is gonna not in melee range with any of them anymore, and so
Okay.
can. I'll-
There's a
Yeah,
lot of
Oh,
pushing
wait.
going on. It's like,
it's going to be disadvantaged because of invisibility. But I
Yeah,
guess
but can
target
it
this.
can target into here because he
Yeah.
knows there's somebody right in this space, right?
Yeah,
Wait,
That's
why
surrounded
am
by
I
everybody.
being moved?
because giant owl just appeared and is pushing you
Oh,
back.
try huge Al.
Oh, geez.
Oh,
Okay, maybe
God.
not that anymore.
Yeah. Why are they so big?
What else? What else does Rodolfo have? Does he have any magic that he can use?
Nothing nothing they can do at this point, really.
Oh, Lily will try to attack the thing again.
Okay.
Grubby hands.
Disadvantage.
Oh yeah, be a disadvantage. So let's
I
say it would have been still a hit.
How much damage did you do?
13.
What the hell?
Did it kill it?
Yes. Yeah, so you just see little Lily jumping up, and you just like hear this kind of suction sound as
Even the
the
air dies away.
what? The stale, fetid air. I will absorb its soul. And you just see the Lily's mouth like open, like the marionette it is, and just sucks in its soul.
Amazing. She's just like grabbing at it and putting it into her mouth.
Yeah, that's it.
Amazing.
okay. I have something I could try with Rodolfo, but now I have no idea where anything is.
True.
Well, I'm pointing at I was pointing at where the two were.
Yes. So is Xaxx still pointing at where they are now that they've been pushed back? So you'd still be able to see them, I guess.
Xaxx, you can see that. Funnily enough, they actually haven't been pushed back because they're air. They sort of
They
still
sort of
occupy the
melt,
same air, but yeah,
meld around
space.
it.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
You wanted them to try something else other than Eldritch Blast. They have one thing on their thing, but I don't know
Do whatever.
what this will do. They're going to point at the area with the violet spider wand and see what happens. Because it just says
Oh, dear.
wand of unknown purple spider at the end.
Oh my
you know,
god.
Faulkner is standing there.
Faulkner technically isn't. They're a giant owl at the moment.
Yes, but
So I'm
Faulkner
aiming
is...
underneath them.
My God.
This is fine.
If I remember correctly, this is the
Rodolfo,
one. Yeah, I know what this is.
Rodolfo, I'm going to cast Fairy Fire. Give me just a second.
Okay. I'm afraid to say that it does not affect the two invisible stalkers, but I do need everyone in there to make me
It's web, isn't
hold
it?
on a second. It is web. Hold on. Let me just do this real quick. Consume spell slot. Thank you. Where are you placing it? Just directly at
Where
they were.
I guess, though I suppose technically Faulkner would be above it because he's a bird.
Sort of. I'm gonna
But
do
I'm
this.
also huge, so
There we
I'm
go. You should have some
everywhere.
saves pop up.
What are you wanting? A dex save?
Not from you. You're okay.
Oh,
I am
well,
webbed.
I rolled an 8.
Unfortunately, Faulkner is not, and Xaxx is not. Yeah, there's a few of you webbed up.
I will change that one to Wand of Web.
Oh, bloody beak succeeds.
But you ignore
What?
that.
No, because
Yeah.
that is me.
Oh, it is? No, no, you're not. You're a Falconer.
Ah, so it is what I suspected, though.
But am I not? I am the bird, Anna.
Yeah, but your dex is like 10.
No, my dex is what the giant owl, isn't it?
Yeah, in wild shape, you use the animal's physical stats and your mental stats.
Right, but I'm saying your dex has gone down.
Is
You've
it?
got worse dex. Yeah, you got worse dex in this form.
By
I'm
one,
confused.
yeah. Giant Owl has 15 decks.
But I'm confused because he succeeded.
But Faulkner.
This is just to represent this token.
No,
is
but
just to represent
I
you.
think what Jamey is saying, because it rolls twice, once for Giant Owl form and once for Faulkner form, and the Giant Owl form rolled first. Because
I
it says
see.
Bloody Beak succeeds. So technically, the
Yeah,
Faulkner roll shouldn't have happened.
I'll tell you what. Just roll again because you're neither of those at the moment.
Roll
You should be.
again.
Yeah, you should be your own.
Dex
And you've only got
+2.
+2 exactly.
Is it just +2?
Yeah.
Yep. Because you're neither of
Alright.
these tokens.
I'll just roll again, yeah.
There you go. You succeeded.
Yeah, it was really confusing because
Yeah,
both my icons are out.
You're neither of these tokens.
Let's get rid of
Anyway,
my icon for now.
so you're webbed up, Xaxx, I'm afraid, and
Yep.
restrained. The other creatures cannot be restrained. The web simply passes straight through them. And that'll be Rodolfo's go.
I am sorry, I thought that might help.
Tanwen, it's your go.
I'm finally gonna cast Fairy Fire, like I've been shouting. So let me cast Fairy Fire and right by the door, I guess, where I last knew they were at.
Uh-huh.
So Fairy Fire.
Where I'm pointing. I'm
Right.
literally just following them with my fingers.
So 20-foot cube. Every time I try to put the cube down, it. All right, come on, standard roll. I'm gonna cast at level 2, cast spell, and I'm hoping that God gets them.
And anyone else who had that pop up? You can roll that. That's weird.
Yeah.
I saw some dice roll.
There you go, I've got a 17.
Okay, that's a success, right?
Yeah.
That's Samantha in there. Is it asking you to roll, Tanwen?
No, it didn't.
Okay. I didn't roll for any of them, even though I saw dice come up.
Was Lily? No.
No, it's
Lily
just...
and Morgott are not in it.
Good job, I pushed you all back.
It's odd. Alright. Time to roll manually.
Oh.
That's a 20.
So basically, I didn't get any of them, did I?
And this one got a 15.
What's your spell save?
14.
14.
I'm afraid they are nimble little spirits, able to quickly evade the glitter, probably hiding under the wings of the giant owl, as the Faulkner, the flying owl, is covering them. All right, Juniper, I'm afraid.
Juniper can't do a lot at the moment, but I'll have them just move over to Tanwen and just sort of ready an attack for when they can see something, or something like attacks Tanwen, they'll attack it.
Yep. Morgott. Morgott.
Jamey, I think that's you, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh God, yeah. Am I able to go underneath the owl?
I think you can actually, as a medium-sized creature.
Yeah, I'll just follow Xaxx's directions and try disadvantage.
Okay.
How do I roll with this? No, that's not done it.
Usually hold down control.
I did hold down control.
Yeah, it usually
I
is
always have
anyway.
this issue for some reason. There's the other one,
Would it hit?
which would have
14
hit.
would have hit. Okay, so which one were you going for?
Whichever one Xaxx was pointing to.
I'm pointing at both of them.
Doesn't help.
Because I can't see them, so
The-
he's just
The
swinging wildly.
top one. Say the top
They're both
one.
on top.
The one next to Margot, if there's one next to Margot.
It's both next to Morgul.
God damn it! Is the one here?
Roll a d2. No, just gonna have him roll a d2. Okay, you're in luck. You hit the low one. Okay, so this one takes 19 points of fire damage.
He's going
Oof.
again for his second attack.
Okay.
Control. No, it still didn't do it. That's a miss. Oh, yeah, is
That
that a
one
miss?
is a miss.
Yeah.
That is
I'll
a
wait for
miss.
bonus
Okay.
to roll again.
Alright. Jeez, Morgul, scary. Get away from that thing. Woof.
Oh,
Oh,
11,
thank
20
you.
more points of damage. Jeez.
Oh, am I
Hey,
getting
what's
some
that?
attention?
No.
He's in panic mode.
I'm just making it look like you were. This one can actually flank, so this makes sense. Xaxx, you can see the maneuver into a position right behind you. But now you're restrained. That makes it flat.
It's a flat roll. Yeah.
So, it rolled advantage because it wanted to, apparently.
It would have hit.
It would have still hit. Yeah. Okay. Is see invisibility concentration? I think it is. Do you want to roll me a con save?
It's not concentration.
No,
Oh, it's not. Okay, then. Then you're good.
That's an hour
Alright.
too. That's insane.
I did. Yeah. Actually, doesn't make sense that it would be anyway. Okay. I will do a second attack in a minute. I got disconnected.
DM's disconnected.
Wow.
Quickly destroy the enemies whilst they're gone.
I'm back. Your time's up. All right. Okay, back to the action. So a great gust just slams into the back of your head.
You're still rolling at
followed by-
advantage.
Yeah, I know.
Your flat
It does it
roll.
automatically.
That would have hit as
That would
well.
have still hit.
The first roll.
Yeah, because I rolled a 15. Okay, Xaxx, I'm afraid this one slams you into the ground. Almost like feels like you've lifted up off the floor, but then pushes you back into the ground and your head cracks against the marble. I'm afraid that knocks you out. And now your allies have no idea where they are. As it's going to maneuver a little bit more after that as well. And that's going to end its go. Okay. The second one. This one's going to swoop over to you. Rodolfo. Actually. You got temporary hit points. No, yeah. No. You do, Tarquin. This one's going to be really mean. It's going to go for Rodolfo. Ah, wait. I have advantage. I have advantage. Never mind. That's still a miss. And a second attack. Wow, I'm rolling like crap. Okay, finally. Okay, Rodolfo takes a blast of wind and sends sliding back onto the ground.
Oh my God,
And
frick.
that's going to end its go.
Yeah, apparently
Tarquin,
they're
you're up.
still concentrating on Bane. I'll just fail that saving throw because that would have been long gone. Yeah.
They're technically concentrating on web,
Yeah.
but whatever.
I can roll for web, though technically they would have dropped almost immediately, I guess. Yeah, it's gone.
Okay.
Right,
So it's your
Tarquin.
turn, Tarquin.
Right, so I've just seen something attack Rodolfo. It may have moved
You
on,
did.
but I've got no other obvious place. So I'm gonna swing at that spot and hope that there's an enemy there, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And lightning.
I'm afraid that's a big old whiff. Doesn't seem to connect with anything.
Okay, so it moved. Okay.
It did. It's now moving after it hits. Because
Okay.
it hasn't got anyone to see it. It doesn't provoke attacks.
Fine. No, wait. Yeah, that's a line. I went to use that. Fine.
Oh god.
That hit any of them?
Well, it depends. Where are you aiming this?
So I'm
Just-
just aiming it just to skim, like, not quite hit Rodolfo, just sort of.
Okay. That'll be kind of a mean thing to say.
It's kind of hard. I'm trying to. Best I got.
Phew. I'll give you this. There seems like an updraft of wind. As soon as you lay down this line of electricity, feels like the air in the room suddenly lifts up from the ground.
Oh, it's up in the air. It's gone up.
It is in. It went up. Yep. So therefore, it completely avoided that too. And that is going to be its go. You'll go Gleam.
I've still got
Gleam
my
is,
bonus actions.
Oh, okay. Well,
Thinking. Do I have anything I can do with as a bonus action? Tarquin is
When
just.
Xaxx,
Hmm?
Tarquin, when Xaxx freed these, did he break that glass or did he just knock the glasses off the pedestal?
the glass is probably smashed since they rose up out of it and
Okay.
basically sent them flying.
Right, so
I was-
Tarquin is gonna move to here. He's just gonna leap upwards, not using his bonus action leap, just leaping in general,
Okay.
which is like,
A lot.
yeah, it's still quite a bit. So he's just gotta leap up and just punch the air like about
Okay.
here-ish.
Just like uppercut the air.
Yep.
All right, give me a roll with disadvantage.
No idea if I'm gonna hit anything, but you know what? Hot air right.
Sure, you can.
Yeah. Let's just go acid. Just, of course.
Oh, no, no.
Did I get the right spot?
No, you didn't.
Ah.
Probably land on a piece of glass, like, ah, God. All right, that's a shame.
These things are incredibly annoying, and they're
Yes, they are.
cowards.
Gleam is just going to get out of that web, I guess. Back away. She can't do anything, I'm afraid. Xaxx, I need you to roll a death save. I know your allies will get to you in a minute, but still got to roll me that death save. Okay, Xaxx, Faulkner, you're a giant owl right now.
Yeah. I don't really know what I can do here except try and attack. I was hoping someone would heal Xaxx because I can't right now.
I'm the only one whose turn it's been at the moment, and I only have the
Yeah.
potion, so I was trying to focus on the damage. But
Yeah, you've got one of them down. You know one of them's very, very low.
And we know one is over here somewhere.
yeah, somewhere.
You don't really
Right.
know.
Because that's
You
where
don't know.
I don't, but that's where you were trying to swipe. So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go with that. I'm gonna try and fly to this corner down here, out of the
Okay.
way. I can't move the token, so
Oh, okay.
and I'm gonna drop as a bonus action. Oh God, no! I flew too far, and I'm going to try and drop a Withering Bloom.
Interesting. This
What
is the
does
first
that
time I've seen
do?
this. Yeah, it's the first time we've seen this spell.
Like here.
Okay.
No, it should affect creatures in the area that I want to affect.
Yeah.
Doesn't say I have to see them,
All right.
and a creature of my choice can roll a hit dice to regain the number of HP,
What's
which
the
is
save?
Xaxx. Constitution saving throw,
Okay.
or half as much.
Fails.
Yeah, and
Takes
Xaxx can
8.
roll a hit dice to heal himself.
That's-
197?
No. Ignore that.
Sorry, I get to heal myself?
Yeah, you use one of your hit dice.
But it also adds on your wisdom modifier, I think, Faulkner.
I rolled an
does
8.
Ooh. Nice.
Can
So is
plus,
it 8? Is it 8 plus my wisdom?
No, it's
plus
8.
my spellcasting ability modifier, which
Oh,
is
plus yours. Okay.
That'd be +3.
yeah, +3.
So 11.
So better than nothing.
Yeah.
And the web would be
There you
gone
go.
now, so
Web is gone.
Yay!
Yeah. I think it would probably he'd send out 2 farm whips, and he'd manage to grab onto something and suck the life from one, and then send it through a good farm whip towards Xaxx.
Very nice.
which means
All right.
now
It's
Rodolfo
Rodolfo's
has
go.
a rough idea where that one is. Because it would have been briefly lit up by the magic, I guess. It's all of this fawn whip effect that we've just seen. Which
You
is right
don't-
out of it.
Yeah, it didn't. Can't really grab a hold of it.
No,
It's immune
but
to grapple and restrained.
yeah,
but-
I know, but
Just
I mean,
flare.
it was more of a flare thing. But we saw probably the sort of impact of the spell. Sort of point is. So gonna aim for.
You don't even necessarily know it is affected. I'm gonna say if you want to see this creature, you're gonna need to make a perception check, or you're gonna need invisible like fairy fire or a way to see invisibility.
Yeah.
Right now, you're firing blindly.
Fine, I shall fire blindly to. I'll fire 1 to this square. Because should be this.
That'd be a miss.
Okay.
You're playing battleships right now.
Yep. And 1 to the square next to it, I guess.
That's a miss.
Ah. I tried. I cannot see them.
No, you're much better off trying to figure out how to find them. Lily should have been up, I guess.
Oh yeah, Lily. He's just gonna go next to Morgott and try and grab what Morgott was swinging at.
Mm-hmm. They don't find anything there.
Does she
Tanwen,
not?
nope.
That's fine.
I guess I am gonna try to do a Tarquin. I'm gonna move up over by Morgott, and I'm gonna swing my staff in a big giant circle. And since I'm not casting anything, I'm gonna use Shillelagh.
Your swing just finds no resistance. You almost get off balance as you're just swinging in circles.
Shoot.
Chris has found our weakness.
Yeah, they don't want to make perception checks. Yeah.
Just
Juniper?
invisibility.
Well, Juniper's an animal would probably go more instinctual. They can't see the target. They probably would then try to rely on senses, so they'll try to, I guess, smell out the target or
Okay,
notice
yeah.
any like shifts in the air, which means
Sure.
they have advantage on those checks because
Okay.
keen sight and smell.
Wow.
She can smell one of them hovering 10 feet up in the air, right about here, on this square.
Juniper will just sort of move over to it and just sort of stare at it because they can't get it at this point.
Yeah,
It's
I
like-
imagine she goes up on her hind legs.
Yeah, and just sort of goes to bat at it, but can't.
Okay. Morgott?
I don't know.
At this
Doesn't-
point, Juniper's roughly... You can see Juniper swiping at something. You could try to stab at that area. Jump up and stab.
Sure, why not? He's gonna try and stab around the berry here. Gonna go for some sort of swing.
Okay. Don't target Xaxx.
It is saying I'm targeting Xaxx. That's a fair point. Good job, you were more than 5 feet away. 14.
Okay, roll again.
Uh,
Okay, that's it. 70. Oh my god, the night wind finds its mark and
Is it?
burns up some sort of vapor in the air. And you see a shriveled little essence dribble down from the air and onto
Was-
the.
was
just
it
burns
actually
away.
there? I had.
It was directly
Wow.
above Morgott. As you said, you jumped up,
Fucking hell.
which Morgott can do quite easily. They spring up into the air like the frog they are, and vaporize the creature with night wind.
Just like, are we
Congrats,
done?
Morgott.
It is nothing. It is simply this magical sword carrying us. But at least it is in the hands of good. All right. That's her go, I guess.
I guess we know there's another one.
Somewhere.
That'd be
Gonna
your move,
swing
wouldn't it?
over here.
That's a miss.
Yeah.
All right. Damn it. Stay down, Xaxx. Were you on 11? This is the one that was wailing on you. And you're no longer with your displacement cloak, right?
It should be
Yeah.
active again. No, should it?
Nah, I don't think so. It says it can't activate whilst you're incapacitated.
Oh, that's true.
So I'm afraid it hasn't got back yet, which means this is an advantage.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god, of course I crit him. I'm really sorry, Xaxx. This thing is adamant on keeping you down.
They
That
always
is-
are.
Crazy.
And not just you. It seems like it has it out for you as well, Faulkner.
No! I
Yep.
came over here to get away.
I know, but you're 50 feet away. And that's how fast this thing moves.
And it misses.
Flipping out, alright. You feel an immense amount of wind whoosh past Rodolfo. You see it ruffle Juniper's feathers. Your ears flap back, Tarquin, as the speed of this thing rushes to the corner and pushes Faulkner up against it. But it seems like it's used all its momentum just getting into the corner. Tarquin, you're
here.
up.
But don't surround me again.
I'm considering my best options at this point. Alright, Tarquin's gonna rush over to Xaxx and feed him the potion of great healing.
Okay. Good shot.
What have I got here? What have I got left? Because now I'm
Actually,
starting to tap.
back up on 12 as that potion dribbling down your throat, but that's what
And
you
then
need.
bonus action, I'm gonna patient defense for now.
Okay. It is your turn, Xaxx.
They were right to want to keep me down.
Oh no.
I'm casting see invisibility again,
Okay.
and I'm just
Jesus.
as soon as I see where it is, I'm just gonna point. It's right, and I'm gonna use my bonus action. So I'm still on the ground. My entire turn is just pointing exactly where whatever the last one is. Yeah.
This one didn't have the movement to get back in the air. It rushed towards Faulkner, and that's where it left.
Juniper's eyes
Right
just
in front of
glint
you.
slightly.
Okay. Faulkner, you're up. You know it's right in front of you.
I know it's right in front of. Why is everybody surrounding?
We've come to help.
Well, no, you're gonna take some damage. I'm sorry.
No.
You brought this on yourself.
Aim it somewhere else.
You know what? Why does it keep saying that I'm concentrating on Moonbeam? I'm clearly not.
Well, then get rid of it.
I've every single time I've cast a spell, I've
Yeah,
said
go to your effects and delete it from your sheet.
No, I am gonna stand up. I'm gonna use half movement to stand up.
Okay.
I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of this shit. Get
Was this a
fiery
flaming
spheres.
sphere?
Helia says hello.
Oh god. Is that a deck save?
It
It
is.
failed by the looks. With a 15?
It succeeded.
Really? Your DC's not higher than a 15?
No, it's a 15 DC.
Oh, it is 15. Okay, alright. Cool. It takes half.
Takes half.
And by the way, that doesn't hurt these two. So long as they don't end their turn next to the sphere.
Oh yeah. I chose that spell other than
Yeah.
something I was going
Oh,
to because
okay.
I didn't want to harm them.
Alright, Rodolfo.
Alright,
They can make attacks through this.
Yep.
And Lily can also get in there as well. With the
Does it
dash.
help that it's on fire?
It's not on fire. It's not flammable. But 19 is
It's
still a hit.
air. Air is flammable.
It is, but it's an air elemental. It's not like it's made of pure oxygen.
There you go.
It's more like a vapory, like mist. Both hit, even still.
Wow.
Who said that Rodolfo can't hit things?
Yeah.
No. It's
No,
Sarah Jane.
Yeah, Sarah
Yeah.
Jane. No, Lily. Anything from Lily?
Oh yeah, Lily is
Rush up.
gonna get to there.
Yeah, she's not got much movement. Tanwen?
I don't think she can make it cackle.
No, she
Okay.
can't see. it.
No.
I am
Shoot the sphere! Shoot the sphere!
Yeah, I mean, you've actually got a good point of reference.
yeah, okay, I'll give it a try. I'll take the advice and give it a try. So,
And are these normal hits or sharpshooter hits?
normal.
Okay.
I'm rolling bad enough not to do
will-
sharpshooter.
I will need you
Take
to
a
roll a disadvantage, yeah. So if you target the creature and then roll it again. Because it's
got
invisible to all but Xaxx.
You got this. See.
But that looks like a hit, so you can roll damage. And if you wanted to apply any extra on top, can do.
Okay.
Although, oh, and this is with your weapon of warning, right?
Yeah.
It's a magical bow. So that's 10 damage.
Nice. You going again?
Oh, okay. Yes, I will fire a second time. So attack, and this time click disadvantage. I roll.
I was going to ask, did you want to use Swarm Keeper?
Oh, yes. I can't do Hunter's Mark, but yes, the Swarm Keeper is 1d6, right?
Yep.
Okay. 1d6
Nice.
and
Another 3.
okay.
The Swarm has found it.
All right,
And you
so
know
that's
what?
13.
With them being like moths and dragonflies, they can definitely detect the air currents. You see them all buzzing and swarming around exactly where it should be.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Juniper.
Good job, Swarm.
Comes. Oh, that's a miss.
Well, can Juniper see the swarm surrounding it?
Yeah.
She can. That gives you the location, but it
Then
doesn't
take
tell
a
you.
step back because of the
Okay.
flames. So
Yeah, and she's gonna fly, like trying to fight into fire. That seems to be warding her away.
yeah.
Morgoth's up though. A little bit of a distance to go.
Yeah. Yeah. Morgoth can only get to the um yeah, it hasn't got anything.
No, you're not wrong.
Even the glaive. Can she chuck the glaive?
No, it's not a thrown weapon.
No, that's pretty much it. Except
Okay,
he'll get around to like this side, out of
sure.
the flame, reach of the flame.
The invisible stalker lifts you up by the throat,
Yep.
Faulkner, slams you against the wall.
Yep.
Does it crit? No, it does not. Still concentrating,
Still concentrating.
and then, God, then it
Oh my god.
pushes you up into the ceiling, whacking your head against it.
Oh, yeah, shit. How much damage was that altogether?
That was-
Because I should be 16 less than I am. I gave myself
Mm.
10 hit points because I hadn't actually got a
Oh.
wild shape.
Oh, that was 10 plus 6.
21, I'm down to.
Okay.
And another con save. I'm good.
Still concentrating. Okay. Okay. So it flies away from you, but you don't know that.
I do not.
Right. Don't know where it is. Okay. It is Tarquin's go.
Xaxx pointed out.
I'm just following it with my finger the whole time.
Oh god.
So-
Xaxx
All right,
is-
I'll say you can use your reaction to relocate your finger, and you're pointing
use-
right up here.
I'll use my reaction to relocate my finger.
It's
Right.
25 feet in the air. Good luck.
Really? Good luck.
Yep.
Fine.
Oh shit, you're Tarquin. Hey, you got your bunny hop back now.
Yep. Bonus action, rabbit hop.
Boing. Forgot about that. It was turned. It didn't realize Xaxx had got back up, pointed it out, and then it looks down and sees a bunny flying up towards it, smacking it into the face. Oh god. Those are both hits despite the disadvantage.
And then Tarquin will just gently flow down with the dragon staff.
Yeah.
And just sort of looks at its direction and just goes, "You're not going to escape."
Heads up. Another axe flies past your head.
Tarquin's like, are you just trying to hit me and missing, or are you actually aiming for where it's meant to be?
Well, yeah, it's the same axe too as Xaxx. You're back up. What do you want to do?
Alright.
You can target it with spells, unlike everyone else.
Yeah. So I'm gonna target him. Where is it? There we go.
It's really bad looking. This form
And
is
just in
out of
case this doesn't do the job, I'm gonna make sure other people hopefully can benefit from it as well.
finish it.
A little guiding bolt action.
Oh yeah, that's a brilliant move. I don't know if you needed. Oh wait, no, it's still holding on. That was an immense amount of damage. 8d6 radiant. Boom.
Yeah.
This thing is lit up.
It's also now, it's also lit up, so people can see where it is.
And the
Yep.
next attack has advantage.
It has a glimmering light around it.
Glister says, "I won't waste that opportunity. One of you guys can do it." Faulkner, go ahead.
I
Unless there's
push
anything
my
else.
flaming sphere right into it.
Okay. What's the range on it?
It's like 30 feet.
Oh shit.
It's
Okay.
also 25. Can the flaming sphere go up? Because I thought it slowly
It can
dropped down.
It
I
can
can't
at the
remember.
same time, I think. Doesn't say that it slowly drops. I think.
I thought that's something like if it went over an edge. When
you can jump across.
when you move the sphere, you can direct it over barriers up to 5 feet tall and jump across pits up to 10 feet wide. So it can only go up 5 feet, I guess.
Ah,
I'm afraid the sphere won't reach this. But
Damn it.
you can see it. If you wanted to make any attacks, you would have advantage.
okay. I guess I'm
Yeah,
using.
the next attack roll has advantage.
I'll use ice knife on it, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I've dropped down at this point, so.
Sending it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing in range, which none
I'll
of your allies are in range.
Does it look bad, Xaxx? Does it look rough?
It's like a slither of cloud left, Xaxx.
Okay,
It's very close. I almost got it, but it's very close.
And the Faulkner, how do you want to describe this last ice knife? 25 feet in the center of the room.
It manages to connect, and you see its form that is supposed to be invisible just suddenly freeze up, and then it just drops to the floor and shatters.
That's what you wanted. Not fire, not necrotic, but cold, as it was made of water vapor to begin with. And all of it freezes, like you say, and then falls back to where it first came out of. All the other glass shards of the bell, it just joins it in the shattered mess
No wonder I
on the
kept
floor.
hitting with my earlier attacks. They were lightning based, it was conducting it.
Yeah. And that will end combat. And I think we'll also wrap up tonight's session because we have gone a little bit over.
Yeah, that was rough. That was a rough fight.
Invisible enemies suck. They are
Yep.
Especially when there's 3 of them.
Are those things in the player's handbook?
Yeah.
Yep.
They are.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look them up because I've never heard of those things.
Yeah, they're the CR6 air elemental. The only reason I know about them is because I had a character that summoned elementals, and that was one of his he used.
How are we feeling on a rest?
At least another short rest wouldn't be bad. I don't know if we can.
I have no spell slots above first level.
Yeah.
And I've got 2 first level spell slots right now, and I have 12 hit points.
I have 2 4th levels, and that's it, and my first levels, and that's it.
I've got a couple of second levels and a third level.
Yeah, I'm out of wild shapes, and I'm out of phase steps.
Actually, I don't get the third levels until after the long rest.
Well, you've got the third level spell slots. You just don't have the third level spells.
Oh, okay.
Actually, before we finish, just because I want to make sure I do this before we don't forget, I'm gonna give my the regular potion of healing that I have to Tarquin since he fed one to me.
Okay. I will add that.
And I would like to use my second channel divinity because I have 2 of them to recover a second level spell slot.
Potion of healing to my sheet. Potion of healing. Okay.
Okay, and so I'm deleting this potion of healing from your sheet, Xaxx. Yeah.
Yeah. Delete it from my
Okay.
sheet, and then Tarquin can add it to his because he used one
Sure.
for me. So.
Yep.
Alrighty.
He's-
Health distributed. Who's
In terms of meta magic uses and twin spell, what did we say the thing was with it? That
What
I'd
do you
only
mean?
would I only be able to use them for first level spells?
You can use them for first and second, I think.
First and second.
I can never remember
Okay.
what the meta magic is for twin.
Because it basically costs you a amount of sorcery points equal to the spell level to
Yeah,
twin it.
I'm
And I think you only get 2 from the meta magic feat.
gonna twin a healing word on me and Xaxx.
You sure you want to use that now and here?
Unless we're gonna take a
Out of
rest.
combat? Well,
Are
I
we gonna
mean,
take a
normally
rest?
that'd be great use of it if it was like in combat and 2 people were down, but you're not
Yeah, we
in
should
any
take a rest
danger.
actually. Yeah.
You're not in any. I'm not saying you can have a rest. I'm saying you're using a really good feature, which might be better off saved in a pinch
Yeah.
rather than
If we
out
are
of combat.
if we are going to take a rest, why don't we go into one of the rooms that has actual beds and rest in there?
Yep.
Because that
Do you
way, if
happen
we
to be
come
in the
to
guest quarters? But yeah, we will wrap it up now.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out whether we're playing next week or not. But we'll sign off here and we'll figure it out off stream.
Yep. Bye
Alrighty.
for now.
Bye bye for now. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody.